yesterday, Mr. Baker, you had just started to tell us another version of the story about how you turned off the power to the house in order to get Fabio Sementilli to do something.
Sustained.
Why is it that you turned off power to the house?
To get him to come to get off the patio, turn off his TV.
Okay. And so you turned off the power to the house because you thought he would get up and turn off his TV?
Yes.
How would turning off the power get him to come turn off the TV?
If it were me, I would go to the fuse box.
I see. So when did you do this now?
That same day.
Yeah. At what point in time?
I don't know. I don't have a time. When that time I was there.
Obviously, but at what point?
I don't know what you're
As soon as you walked into the house, at the end, before you left, at what point did you turn off power to the house?
Somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So that means you were in the house for a period of time before you did so, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So how did you know where the fuse box was?
Most places, in most houses, is usually in the garage.
Okay. So you went into the garage and searched around for the fuse box?
Yes.
And then you turned off the power, and what did you do next?
I waited to see if he would come in the kitchen.
And did he?
No.
So what did you do?
I waited and watched him.
And then what happened?
And then I waited for him to not see the kitchen, and went ahead and went forward.
Okay. When the police arrived on scene, the television was still on.
That's probably why he didn't get up.
So did you, how long did you wait for him inside the house?
I don't know. I didn't keep a running time frame in my head.
But you were in a rush, right? Because you told us you were expecting people to come home. And you didn't have your phone. You said you left that in the car, right?
Yes.
So weren't you worried at that point in time that someone would come
I'm worried
home?
through the whole time.
But yet you sat and waited.
I'm still worried the whole time.
Okay. But you sat and waited. Is that yes?
I have to wait, yeah.
And so eventually you gave up waiting, I'm assuming?
Well, yeah, eventually I had to go forward.
Okay. And so did you tell Chris Austin that you were going to turn off power to the house?
No, it was not too much time for talking.
And when you went into the garage, where was Chris Austin?
I'm not sure.
You didn't see him?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. So he may have been with you.
I don't remember.
And after you turned off the power to the house, then were you watching Fabio from inside the kitchen?
Yes.
So he could have just turned his head and seen you through the glass at any time.
Could have.
But he didn't.
I'm sorry. Repeat the question.
Sure. He didn't see you.
I don't know.
That's overruled.
Well, he didn't see you because he didn't come in, right? You eventually
I don't
said
know if he saw me or not.
you went out to
I'm
him.
assuming he didn't see me. I don't know if he saw me or not. I doubt it.
So you went out to get him.
Yes.
And then at some point you told us you went back into the garage, right? You told us that you followed some wires that were everywhere that led you to the DVR, correct?
Yeah, it was where the car was, yeah.
Showing you what's been previously marked as People's 129. There's a 17 in the lower left corner. In terms of all the wires that you told us you followed yesterday, where are the wires
In the garage.
But you told us that you followed the wires from the house to the garage. So I'm asking you, where are the wires
In the
that
garage.
you told the jury yesterday that you followed?
In the garage. In the garage.
So you didn't follow any wires?
There are wires from the garage.
Okay. And where were the wires in the garage?
By the box.
And where was that?
I believe it was on a. It was on a back wall on something, a shelf or a closet or something. I can't remember. I don't have the layout in my head.
And how did you know that the DVR would be in the garage?
The wires.
Yes,
saw
but
it.
we talked about the fact that there actually aren't any wires in the house, as you said yesterday. That
I
leads
saw
to-
the wires.
Okay. So once you went into the garage, that's when you saw the wires, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall where the wires were in the garage that you traced to some box in a different location?
They were coming. They were coming off a wall. Not from. They were laying on the wall or coming from the wall. They were just there. You could see them.
Okay. And at some point before you left, did you also open the garage door in order to steal the Porsche and drive away?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
I
Given that
pulled
you
the.
had turned off the power.
I pulled the emergency cord.
Why didn't you just flip the power back on?
Wasn't thinking.
And so, did you tell Chris Austin to wait in the Porsche at some point in time?
I don't remember offhand, but I'm sure something like that happened. I'm not sure.
So how did Chris Austin know to get into the Porsche?
I said I'm not sure. I know we wound up there. I don't remember all the conversation. There was a lot going on. I don't remember all that.
Well, you remembered a few days ago when you testified on direct. Has
What?
anything happened between a few days ago? And
Regarding
today?
about Chris getting in the Porsche, I don't remember that either.
You don't remember him getting in the Porsche? So
No,
you let him
about
draw
direct,
time.
about being on direct and being asked about this.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
So somehow Chris got into the Porsche. Was he in the Porsche before or after you?
I don't remember.
Okay. So it could have been after you.
I don't remember.
All right. And then what did you do?
I guess we got in the Porsche and left.
Okay. Who drove?
I did.
Was that because Chris didn't know how to drive a stick?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know if he knows how to drive a stick or not.
Okay. You wouldn't have asked him that ahead of time in your plan.
I'm not thinking about all that in my plan.
You're not thinking about
I
a
wasn't.
getaway in your plan?
I wasn't thinking about who's driving what car in the plan. I know I'm driving and I want to leave.
What about in the plan? What was the plan on how you were going to leave? Were you always planning on taking the Porsche?
No, I didn't know exactly at the moment. My plan was to go back and go down the same way we came, but time was running out.
So which way did you go?
Make a right and a right, then another right. I don't know the streets. I don't know the street names, so. got
Well,
me
you
there.
said you lived in the valley. We went over that
I don't know the
yesterday.
streets.
So you made several rights. And where did that take you to?
Eventually, it took us back to Ventura Boulevard.
Wouldn't you have to go left to get back to Ventura Boulevard?
At some point, there's a left somewhere.
Okay. And then where'd you go?
Behind Ventura Boulevard on the back street, and found the nearest empty spot there was and parked the car.
An empty spot where?
I don't know.
You don't know where?
No, I don't. I'm not driving back in the back streets like that. I just wanted to get rid of the car.
Okay. And so, were you in a commercial area, a residential area, an industrial area?
I guess it was not industrial. It was part of the businesses on Ventura. I'm guessing.
Near any particular location that you recall?
No, I don't.
Stores or anything of that nature?
I was from the back, so I didn't see any of that.
So you had no idea where you were?
I got an idea where I'm at, but I don't know where I was at.
But at some point you had to go back to the car.
And I had to backtrack the same way I came to find it because I didn't know exactly where I parked the car.
So you went back to the house in order to backtrack?
No, I went back to the car where I parked it.
Okay. And the keys, did you get those keys out of the drawer that we see here on the screen where there's a drip of blood in the number 12? Is that where you got the keys from?
I don't remember. I don't remember. I know it was from a counter somewhere. There was a counter involved.
So you remember that?
It was a counter.
Not in the drawer.
It was a counter. I don't know which counter it was. I can't remember. I just saw him sitting there.
And at some point in time, did you also, before you left, do any cleaning up?
I tried to.
With what?
Rags.
Where'd you get rags?
I believe it was sitting. I don't know. They were just rags. I can't do it with my hands, so I took something and tried to clean up with it.
And where did you get the rags from as you were doing your cleaning
remember.
job?
I really don't remember. Anything I saw available.
So you found rags somewhere,
Somewhere.
and you started cleaning the house.
I tried to clean what I could, not the whole, not the whole house, obviously.
And what did you use to clean up?
I was trying to look for Clorox and for not anything that was under the sink.
And what did you use?
Anything that was there.
Did you tell Al Birdsong that you used apple cider vinegar?
I don't remember that.
Is that possible, since you've told us you don't remember a lot of things today?
I don't remember a lot of things. It was almost 10 years ago.
Okay. So would it be fair that you might have told Al that?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Al telling you apple cider vinegar isn't going to get rid of your DNA?
I don't remember that either.
So that's possible that you had such a conversation.
I don't remember.
Do you remember, after you stayed at Lacheyne's for a few days, telling us that you went to Las Vegas to stay with Al?
Yes.
And did you tell Al what you had done?
No.
So if he had information regarding the murder that he said he got from you, he must have gotten it somewhere else?
Sustained.
You also told us that at some point after you left the Porsche, you went to another location to get back to the rental car, correct?
Yes.
And where was that?
That was the same place I told you I parked it at.
Where was that?
I don't know the exact location. It was in the residential area.
Okay. And when did you go back to the rental car?
After I left the Porsche.
With Chris?
Yes.
And when the two of you went back to the residential area and got into the rental vehicle, where'd you go from there?
I told him to go ahead and leave and go back, meet me at the apartment if he could. If not, go. I can't remember exactly. I think I told him to leave, to go to the airport, or just leave, just to get out of there. So he took off on his way, and me, I was still trying to get organized because I needed to change. I needed to get rid of stuff, all that stuff. I needed to do all that.
So he, not knowing where anything was, you told him to just leave.
I needed him to go.
Uh-huh. And so where was he supposed to go?
I told him to go to the apartment. If he needed anything, grab it, grab his stuff, whatever he needed, and leave and get out of there, because
Okay.
I didn't know what was going on. Everything was happening too fast.
So did you give him a key?
I can't remember.
So how would he have gotten into your apartment to get his stuff?
I can't remember if I gave him a key or not. I must have gave him the key. I can't remember.
Okay.
But
And
I remember
so
that.
where did you go at that point?
I think I tried to get rid of everything. So I
Okay.
went to the nearest bins to throw everything away.
So you walked there or drove there?
No, I walked.
You walk now?
Yeah, I walked.
Okay.
I'm still walking. I haven't moved the car yet.
Okay. Okay.
Then what?
And then where'd you go?
I got rid of the stuff in the bins, threw everything away.
This is in this residential area.
Yes. Threw everything away, got back in the car. I still hear sirens. I remember hearing sirens still. And I wanted to get out of there, but I just wanted to get out of there. So anyway, got in the car and went towards the apartment.
You went to the apartment.
I was trying to get to the apartment. I was going to go that way. I really didn't know really where I was going to go, but I wanted to get to the apartment because I knew I had to get to work. That was in this crazy chaos going on.
Mm-hmm. And
So on the way, I saw Chris running. He was jogging. And I pulled over and I told him, just get in real quick. Just get in. I looked around real quick to make sure. I just looked around just to see if anything was going on, anyone was paying attention. It's chaotic thinking at the time.
And then what?
And then what? And then he got in the car.
And where'd you go from there?
Went to the bowling alley.
Which
And-
bowling alley?
The one on Satakoy and I forget the street.
Okay. What'd you do at the bowling alley?
Changed. Got rid of clothes.
I
Changed.
thought you told us you threw everything away when you
Threw it-
walked to the bins.
No, I didn't throw the clothes away.
I
I
see.
threw the items away.
I see. Which items were those?
Whatever
Everything
was
in
in
the
it.
pillowcase?
Yeah, everything in the pillowcase.
Okay. So you threw away your clothes.
I didn't throw away the clothes yet.
Okay. So you went to the bowling alley on Satakoy. You said you threw away your clothes. You're saying now, no, you didn't. So tell us what you did there.
I didn't say that at all.
Okay. Tell us what you did.
I got the clothes off. We got our clothes and then put it in bags, and I wanted to get him out of there.
Okay.
But I still didn't leave. I couldn't leave because I had to go to work. So I remember being dark, and I told him I need to go to work, and just stay out of the way for now, because right now it seemed it was safe. It was kind of safe for the moment.
It was safe at the moment. You just told us you heard sirens, right?
Yeah, way much before then. Time had elapsed,
Oh, okay. Okay. And then what?
and then I went to the apartment.
You went to the apartment.
Yes.
Okay. Did you take Chris with you?
No.
Didn't take Chris. So you drove him somewhere and left him off again in some street.
He was in the bowling alley where it was nice and safe.
I see. Okay. So you drove the rental back to the apartment.
I walked. He stayed in the car.
I see. And then what?
I went to the apartment.
And where'd you go once you were at the apartment? What'd you do?
I
Did you
went
go
to LA
in?
Fitness afterwards.
Did you go inside?
Yes.
And what'd you do there?
In the apartment,
Yes.
change clothes, go to work.
I thought you told us you had clothes already in the car and that you changed yesterday. You told us you changed your clothes at the car.
Change clothes again.
I see. Okay. And then?
Went to work.
And what did you drive to work?
The black truck,
The one with the battery issue.
the one that had the battery issue.
Okay. And how were you, how long were you at LA Fitness?
Short time.
What does that mean?
Short time. Not the usual 3 hours, 4 hours I stayed.
An hour? 10 minutes?
Short time.
Don't know how long.
No, I wasn't counting.
Okay. And who saw you there? Who did you make contact with?
Sheila, Ricky, Bagley, everybody saw me there.
Okay. Sheila testified you weren't there until the 26th, so...
You should check the footage.
Okay, we did that. So
Okay.
you don't come back on the screen.
You didn't see the black truck pull up?
No.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I was there.
Okay. And then where do you go?
Eventually I went back to the house.
To the
No,
apartment?
I didn't. I didn't go back to the house. I didn't. I went to the bowling alley with the truck.
Drove to the bowling alley.
Parked the truck. Got Chris in the car. And
Where was he?
He was in the bowling alley.
He was sitting in the bowling alley.
No, he was sitting in the bowling alley parking lot.
Got it. In the car where you left him.
Yes.
Got it. And then where'd you go?
Then told him to get in. Or not exactly. Something about let's get in. Let's get you out of here. And no. I left the truck parked. I got to the car and into the rental, and then I wanted to get him to the airport, get him out of there. So I took him to a bus stop close to the flyaway, and someplace where there was no where I thought there was no cameras to see us both together, just in case. And he got out, and that was it.
Okay. So what time did you get to LA Fitness?
I don't. It was before. It was before I'm supposed to start the league, whatever time that was. Probably 6:30,
6:30.
maybe. I'm guessing because I know
Okay.
you're going to try to hold me to it.
And then how long were you allegedly at the league? Till when? 6:30 to what? 7, 7:30.
As soon as I got Bagley to take over my league for me.
Bob Bagley.
Yes.
Yeah. What time?
I don't know. I wasn't keeping track. Probably around. I'm guessing 7, 7:15, 7:30 maybe. I'm guessing. As soon as he agreed to do it.
Okay. So you're there for an hour or under.
Roughly. Very roughly.
And then you went back to the bowling alley.
Yes.
Okay. You told us that Austin told you that he got a stupid ticket, or that's what you said.
Yeah, that's what he told me.
And was that while you were at LA Fitness?
Yes.
What time do you think you went back to your apartment?
I don't know the exact time. I have no idea. But I walked. Remember? I walked.
You walked there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked previously as People's 158. It's a PowerPoint belonging to Cy Ray. And this particular page indicates that cellular data placed you at the Van Nuys Flyaway at 6:30. You think that's probably right?
I have no idea. It might be. It might be.
You told us that you thought you were at LA Fitness from 6:30 to 7:15.
I told you it was all guesswork.
7:30, and that you went actually to the gym early that day. Remember that?
Told you 11 o'clock. That afternoon I went early, but not here. I don't know what time I told you before. I wasn't keeping track of the time like that.
Okay. Well, you told us that you were kind of keeping track of the time because you wanted to make sure that you got
To work.
to the gym.
Yeah, that's
Right.
usually what time I get there,
Okay.
around that time.
Okay. And you see this, right? This mapping putting you near the Van Nuys Flyaway at 6:30?
That's what your information that you provided says.
Showing you another page from Cyree, his PowerPoint on 158. This places you in the area near your home where Chris Austin got a ticket in close proximity to Austin at 5:45.
So again, I must have been walking during that time frame.
Okay. So at some point, you obviously had your phone on you, right?
Yes.
And you were actually, as we heard testimony, in close proximity to Chris at the time that he got his ticket. Remember that?
Okay. I see you.
Do you remember him getting a ticket?
That's what he told me. He got a ticket. I didn't see the ticket, but he said he did.
But you told us that you left him at a bowling alley on Satakoy, and then you left to go to LA Fitness, right?
I left to go to my apartment.
And
And
then
then
to
go
LA,
to LA
Fitness,
Fitness.
right?
And then go to LA Fitness.
Right.
Right.
So how would you explain that you're in the same vicinity as Christopher Austin at the time that he gets the ticket?
I have no idea. I'm going down the road on foot, so I don't know where he's at. I left him at the bowling alley parking lot.
Okay. You also told us on direct examination that you went to the apartment because you needed to get rid of Monica's property, clothes that she kept at your house. Remember that?
That was sometime during the night. Yeah.
Sometime during the night.
Yeah.
Was that before or after you let Austin off?
I believe it was after.
After.
I
Okay.
believe it was after he left.
And then your testimony on direct was that you knew they would look into her really hard. Do you remember testifying to that?
Probably so.
And who are they?
You guys.
Us guys.
You.
Okay. Me.
Well, you're representation of the state.
Okay. So you knew that we would look into Monica really hard, you said on direct. Why would we look into Monica really hard?
Well, usually you're watching all the TV shows, and there you go.
So by watching TV, you knew that we'd look into Monica really hard.
If you watch the Datelines and all that, anybody who has a death in the family that's suspicious or anything or direct, you look into the family members first.
I see. Now, you told us that you dumped everything in the pillowcase off in the bins. When you dropped Chris Austin off at the Van Nuys Flyaway, did you give him anything so that he could get back, given that his flight wasn't for that day? And that you expected him to be there, as you told us, for a few days. And you were just having him there while you were waiting for some random opportunity to come up.
There's a question in there. I'm trying to figure out where it is. What's the question again?
My question was, what did you give, if anything, to Chris Austin?
I had pulled out money. I had money that I had from my little stash at the house. I pulled out some money, and I still had some coins in the pocket, or the gold coins in my pocket.
I thought you said you put those in the pillowcase.
No, I said I put those in my pocket.
I see. In the envelope with the documents?
Yes.
So that all fit in there too.
It's not that big.
Okay. And so you then did what? Went into your pocket and gave him what?
I actually didn't go into give it to him from there. I had went to the house first. The house to get my gear and all that stuff. So when I came back, I had it on me. So I took the coins with me, and everything else was still. I think it was all with me. I'm not sure. I can't remember. But I remember taking the coins with me. Took some money with me.
To LA Fitness?
No, from my house.
Well, you told us that from your house you changed and you went to LA Fitness.
I'm trying to remember. So with those items, I had those items with me. The money and the coins with me. 'Cause
Again,
I knew.
to LA Fitness, right?
I was at my house first. I wound up going to LA Fitness.
And you said you took the coins with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you had the coins with you at LA Fitness.
No, I don't remember if I took them with me or left them in my truck. I can't remember if I did that or not. I may have left everything in the truck.
Okay.
Because I did get in the car to go there. So I'm not going to go in there with money, with a lot of money in my pocket and gold coins.
Safer to leave it in the car.
Yes, for me it is.
Right. The same car that you told us earlier was broken into when your laptop, your computer was stolen, right?
This was 6 months later you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, it's not the same car.
Okay. So you weren't driving the Ford Expedition. Bless you.
Say again?
You weren't driving the Ford Expedition
Which day?
that night.
Because you're bouncing around, so I'm trying to keep up with you. That night, I was driving the Ford Expedition when I went from my apartment to the gym.
Okay. So you leave the coins and the money in your car in the parking lot in Woodland Hills, and then you go where?
In LA Fitness.
Okay. And when you came back, you then told us you drove back to the bowling alley, right, to meet up with Chris.
Correct.
And then he gets in your car.
No.
You get in his car.
I leave the truck behind.
You leave your truck there.
Yes.
Okay. At this area where the bowling alley is on Saticoy.
Yes.
Okay. And then you drive or he drives?
Drive from where?
From the bowling alley
I do.
to where do you go?
To the bus stop.
Directly.
I'm pretty sure.
No more other stops.
I don't think so.
Okay. And you give him money
Yes.
and you give him gold coins.
Yes.
How much money?
I'm guessing 2,000
$2,000.
something, 3,000 to hold him over.
2 to 3.
Yeah, just in case he has to disappear or whatever. Just in case.
Okay. And where'd you get the money from? Because we saw your bank records the other day.
I have cash stashed.
I see.
If you looked at my bank record, you could say I took out large sums of money at given points.
Okay. So you somehow stashed $2,000 to $3,000 in the house. You get the money from the house plus the gold coins.
My apartment.
How many gold coins?
I'm thinking it was like, I don't know. I think it was like anywhere between 6 and 10. It was a handful. I gave him like five of them.
You only gave him half.
I'm guessing again. I'm guessing. I just gave him a handful, like 5 or 6. It was like half.
So
I
what
just
did
gave
you do with the rest of the gold coins?
I kept them.
And what did you do with them?
I eventually cashed them out.
For how much?
I don't remember. It was good sum. It was a good sum though.
When you say a good sum, what does that mean?
Like 3,000.
Okay. And where did you do that?
Various places in LA.
Various places.
Yeah. Do I know what they are? No.
So you, when you say various places, did you take each coin to a different location?
There were different places. There were different places.
So is that yes?
I don't know. I don't remember. I remember I might have cashed in 2 at one place and 1 at another. I don't remember.
Okay. And when did you do that?
When? Somewhere in between that day and months later.
Well, you told us
I don't
that
remember what
you
day.
specifically went back to the apartment to clean out anything that could connect you to Monica. So I'm assuming you also didn't want to be connected to Fabio by having gold coins in your apartment.
Good assumption. So I still don't remember the days, though.
Okay. So you did the cleaning of her stuff, but the coins you left there.
I don't know where I left them. I don't know where I kept them at.
Okay.
I think I might have kept them. In the house. I don't know. They kind of came with me sometimes. That wasn't like the main.
They came with you
I put them in my person, yeah, in my pocket,
just to carry around?
just in case I need to get rid of them. I had a chance. I mean, I'm not looking that day and say, oh, I'm gonna get rid of these coins today. Let me count them because let me watch them all day long. No, it wasn't like that. If the opportunity came, I try to get rid of them.
Got it. So you told us you stayed at Lacheyne's for a couple nights. You told us you stayed in Las Vegas for a couple nights. You also stayed at Ricky and Sheila's first week in February, right?
I don't know the dates, but I did stay with them.
Till Ricky asked you to leave, right?
That's what he says.
Because you were trying to use Sheila to get Monica out of the house that first week in February.
Yes.
And then the following week, after Ricky kicked you out, you went to Glendale and you stayed with your friend Roger, right? Callie B?
I stayed over there a couple of days.
How many's a couple?
I didn't keep count. I don't know.
Could it be possibly a couple weeks?
I don't remember how much time it was exactly.
And while you were there, Monica came numerous times and picked you up, right?
Eventually. This was when you said February? That sounds about right.
She would pick you up in February and March, and the two of you would go out, right?
We would go somewhere.
And then she would come back and stay at Rogers with you for a while.
Yes, sit and have a drink, stay off the streets. For me, I didn't want to be on the streets.
Well, you were on the streets. You were
I was
going
trying to stay off the streets as much as possible.
You went to clubs.
I'm trying to stay off the streets as much as possible.
Did you go to the parlor bar?
Who?
The parlor bar?
I don't remember these names.
You don't remember? You were there several times.
I don't remember the names.
Laugh Factory,
I do remember that.
Dime Bar.
I do remember that.
So you weren't worried about staying off the streets because you were out.
Not initially. Initially, I was. After a while, when time went on, no, I wasn't.
So in February, enough time had gone on.
Not a little bit. It wasn't quite comfortable yet.
Comfortable enough, though, to go out, right?
I went out.
Okay. And after you abandoned your job, somebody else took over at LA Fitness, right? You didn't go back there.
For my job, I actually made sure someone took over. So I didn't know. So I had someone take over the job.
You had someone, not the company.
Well, the company did, but I made sure
Sean.
that he got the position.
You also told us that at the house, Austin, after the murder, was in a bad way. What did you mean by that?
When he left to go to Alaska, I I could tell he was pretty still shaken up. So I could tell. That's what I mean by bad way. He was shaken up. I could tell by his voice, and just
Appeared to you to be having a panic attack?
he just wasn't his usual self. I could tell he was shaken up. He wasn't his usual self.
So what did you do to help him after dragging him into
I just
this murder?
talked to him. That's it. I can do nothing but talk to him from Alaska.
So you talked to him from Alaska, or you did not?
I talked to him while he was in Alaska.
Okay. What did you say to him when you dropped him off at the flyway?
I don't know. I don't keep verbatim conversation of the whole thing. I don't know.
Well, he was freaking out. So what did you say to him?
Whatever it took to calm him down.
And how did you do that?
Just say the right things. Just listen.
Such as what?
I have no idea. Depends.
Well, we know what the circumstances are, so it doesn't depend. So what did you say?
I don't remember because I don't remember the conversation directly. It's just something to calm him down, whatever it was. It's going to be all right, you know.
You're still a good person. He was a
Wh-
bad
whatever,
dude.
Whatever it said, whatever I needed to do to
She
calm
wanted
him
him
down.
gone, things like that.
No, unless you're putting words in. No, it's not.
No, that's what he told us you said. And you said you can't remember, so...
Yeah, well, it sounds like he was under pressure.
Oh, okay. And at some point, did you tell Austin that he should get a burner phone after he already left Los Angeles?
At some point, I did.
Okay. Do you remember how you did that?
I think on the phone, using a phone.
How about through a Facebook message?
Oh, I don't remember.
No?
I said I think. I'm not sure. This is a long time ago.
Did you tell him to get a burner phone, and then subsequent to that, did you send him money to get a burner phone?
No,
No?
I don't remember sending him any money.
You don't?
I don't remember sending him any money. Wait, you talking about after this or before?
After?
There was no need for me to send him any money. He had money.
He had money. Okay. Thought you told us that you gave him an ATM card previously, and that you told him he could use the money whenever he wanted for anything he needed.
Yeah,
Did you
good.
continue putting money into the account
At
was
that point?
connected to the ATM that he pulled out in Alaska?
No.
Showing you a PowerPoint from, I believe this is also 158, Officer Curtis Davis's PowerPoint. Do you see this message here on January 26th, 3 days after the murder?
Yes. Let me see the part that says download WhatsApp on your phone. Okay, I see that. I see that.
That's the app that you registered for at 11:40 at night after you dumped Viber, you and Monica both on the day of the murder you talked about. Remember that?
I remember.
That's the glitchy.
I don't remember all those little details, but I'm sure you're going to tell me.
Well, you can see it right here, right?
I see what
you're
showing. I see what you're showing me. Yeah.
Do you remember
I don't remember
sending
any
a
of this.
message to Chris, download WhatsApp?
This is 10 years ago. I don't remember any of this stuff.
And then, did you also remove Christopher Austin from your friends connection on Facebook that same day?
I probably did. I probably did.
The one here with the direction to download WhatsApp is page 159. Now I'm going to show you page 66 from that same PowerPoint from Officer Davis. Do you remember on that same date that you removed him at 1:52 in the morning?
I probably did. I don't deny that.
And why would you have done that?
Cutting ties.
And why would you have done that?
Because the murder was done
So you were cutting ties with him because the murder was done.
with him. Yeah, well, just starting that process. Yeah,
Starting the process
cutting
of-
communication with normal routes. Yeah.
Okay. But you told us that when he came out to Los Angeles, not only did the two of you discuss the murder, but you also discussed the fact that you were starting a new business and you wanted to talk to him about that.
Well, that was going to be put on hold based on what was going on right then.
Well, you had planned to commit the murder. That was the whole point in having him come out. We
And
talked about that.
We also talked about the business that was going to come later too.
Right. So you're not cutting ties with him.
For the moment.
I'm sorry?
For the moment.
For the moment.
Yeah.
And what was the purpose of that?
To cut ties.
For what purpose?
To get distance for the moment.
So you're cutting ties with him so that the two of you wouldn't be linked. Correct?
Well, reduce it at least.
Okay.
It's going to be linked regardless, but just reduce it as much as possible.
And then the two of you began talking on a burner phone,
Yes.
right?
Right.
So there was still a link because you're still communicating. Now the two of you are just talking through two different burner phones.
Not normal. Not a normal way to conversate.
I see. What?
Conversate.
Conversating.
Not a normal way to conversate.
Okay. Now, Chris Austin testified in this case and told law enforcement the day that he was arrested that the reason all of this happened, this murder occurred, was because of the life insurance. That you told him that Monica was going to get money from Fabio's life insurance. Do you remember having that conversation with him?
No.
No. So, when did you and Monica first discuss the life insurance policy?
Sustained?
Uh,
At what point, if ever, did you and Monica discuss life insurance?
Never had such a conversation.
You never discussed.
No. I'm pretty sure we never discussed this type of thing. None of my business.
Pretty sure.
Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. I mean, we talked about a lot of things, so I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure. Like percentage-wise, 80%,
I'm not doing
90%. As sure as you were about everything else you've testified to?
99%.
99%. Okay, so really sure.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, 99% is pretty good odds.
Well, your odds are probably different from mine.
Okay.
Sustained?
If you never discussed life insurance, 99% sure, with Monica, why were you the first person she contacted when she received an email from Detective Parshall saying that she had been cleared to collect the life insurance?
Objection, that's argumentative.
It's overruled.
Well, you would probably have to ask her that.
So you don't know why she would contact you. Not her daughters, who she was so worried about not getting the insurance, but you.
Like I said, you may have to ask her that.
So if she sends you information regarding what she received from Detective Parshall about being cleared for life insurance, you wouldn't even know what she was talking about.
The only thing I knew about was she was concerned about paying the mortgage and paying bills. That's the only thing I know about. So maybe she was excited about it.
She was excited about it.
Maybe she was excited about whatever she was dealing with there. I've never seen this, so show me this all day. I've never seen this.
Really? Because it's found in your board expedition on a flash drive. Sent it to you.
Why the hell would this be on a flash drive? I don't know.
You had photos of her on a flash drive. Lots of nudie photos.
Of course.
Sex photos, masturbation photos, sex with other men.
Objection, Your Honor. This is argumentative.
Sustain.
You had all sorts of photos of her on a flash drive, including this.
I don't remember this.
You don't remember it?
No.
And see this? It says, we're clear on the letter for the life insurance. Secretary typing it up, and MetLife should have it by the end of next week or the following week. See that? Bless you. Yeah?
I see it.
Showing you what was previously marked as People's 176, an extraction from Monica's phone. See the time here, 6:03, 6:17 when the, at the top of the screenshot, do you see that?
Has nothing to do with me. I see it, but nothing to do with me.
All right. That's dated June 9th. Same day, June 9th. (3:13 p.m. UTC -7). She's in New York at the time, and she calls you. Correct?
I don't know. I guess. I don't know. I'm not. I hope you don't think I'm supposed to know all this off the top of my head. I really don't.
See this number here? After your phone number?
I see the numbers.
See that as being Detective Parshall's number?
And you need me to do this for you. I thought you had the detectives to do this.
Move to strike non-responsive.
Stricken.
Did you talk to her while she was in New York? Before she went to Toronto at the beginning of June?
I talk to her all the time.
So is that yes?
I don't know. But I do talk to her all the time, so I can't say no.
Okay. And did she call you while she was in New York
What was the date?
and Canada?
What was
June 9th.
June 9th? June 9th?
3 o'clock here, 6
You said
o'clock
June
in New
9th?
York.
Yeah,
Yes.
if it was June, yes.
Yes?
If it was June, probably. Yeah, probably. If it was
You
June.
also talked to her from Toronto where she went after that, right? You knew she went there for a Lifetime Achievement Award that Fabio was getting, right?
Chances are I did. Chances are.
You also, I believe, told us that when you were testifying on direct, that the oath to tell the truth means something to you, right?
Means something when we come to court.
Right. Means what?
Means to tell the truth.
And that's what you've done over the last several days, right?
The best that I could. The best that I could.
But if you weren't telling the truth, there would be no consequence, right? Because you're already serving a sentence of life without parole, right?
That's argumentative.
Sustained.
What consequence might there be if you were to lie to this jury?
I don't
What
know.
consequence?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm sure you'll find something.
Well, there is nothing, right?
I don't know. Take your word for it.
I mean, perjury as opposed to life without parole is chump change, right?
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
But you have friends that are lawyers, right?
Yes.
Like Howard Lynch, right?
He's a friend of mine.
And you've talked to him about your case?
Never.
Never.
No, I haven't talked to him about my case, but this one, no.
I see. How about John Stanley? Talk to him about your case?
I haven't talked to him. Wait a minute. I think he came to see me. So I did talk to him very briefly.
I think you also told us that you, on direct, you made up the name Jaybird or JB when you talked to the defense as the person who you committed the murder of Fabio Sementilli with. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said, you told the jury that you told the truth about Austin when you called your mom and your mom said they were looking for JB, right?
Yes.
Did your mom say who they were?
I can't remember the exact conversation, but the only person she can get it from is the media.
I see. So you told the jury that the media was looking for JB.
The only thing I just said was that JB was from my mother. She was from my mother, and because that's what we were talking about earlier, and the information had to come from the media.
I see. So
Had
the
to be.
media was looking for a
I don't know if they're
person
looking for him or
named
not, but it was mentioned through. I'm sure it was through the media. I'm sure it
JB.
was.
Which media was looking for
I don't know. I
somebody
mean,
by
you're
the name?
releasing all kind of information.
One moment.
Who was?
One moment. There's an objection. Please. Sustained.
When you said your mother told you they were looking for JB, and you said the media was.
No, I'm trying to remember the conversation. I'm telling you, I knew it was the media.
You knew it was the media.
It had to be.
Okay. So somehow the media would be looking for a person by the name of JB.
That was my thought.
And which media would be looking for a person without a name?
I don't know. The media, I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't know.
Would that be another story that you just made up?
Why would I make that up? It has nothing to do with anything.
Well, you told us that you told the defense the truth. So when did you tell them this story that
Who's
the
them?
media was looking for JB?
Who is them?
The defense.
Oh,
Objection, that seems like not an evidence.
Exactly.
Overruled.
When did you tell the defense that?
whenever they came to see me.
You told them that the media was looking for
Oh,
a
no,
guy
no, no, no,
named
no. I never
JB.
told them that. No, I never told the defense
I
that
see.
ever. No.
I see.
Your questions are all over the place.
Yeah.
I can't keep up with it.
Now, you also told us that you never told Monica that you committed this crime, correct?
Correct.
And you told us that when you went to see Monica the night of the wake, which would have been January 29th, after coming back from Victorville, where you purchased the burner phones, that you needed to see what was wrong with her, if she was all right, because you wanted to make sure she wasn't upset that you had done this. Do you remember that?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay. So at that point, at the wake, did you tell her, like you told the jury, that you needed to find out if she was upset because you had done this, meaning killing her husband?
That assumes facts, not in evidence.
Oh,
I never said
You
anything. I never said anything like that.
Oh, you did on direct.
No.
Okay.
No. There's a question in there somewhere.
This states direct.
Yeah,
Oh.
this is all over the place.
Answer the question.
So ask again, because there was like a whole bunch of pieces in there.
Yes, I would put in the pieces of
Please.
what you told this jury.
All right.
That you went there that night because
I
you
did
had
go.
to.
I did go, yes.
Okay. And so, what did you tell her about that? You said you
About
needed
about
to find
going?
out.
About going?
Go ahead, sir. Answer.
No, I'm trying to. About me going?
Jack, know your approach.
all right.
Go ahead. What did you tell her at the wake?
That's what that day Your Honor calls for a narrative.
So rule.
I'm thinking the first, I don't remember exactly offhand, but the way, in the shape that she was in. Again, this is just paraphrasing. It seems like I make one word error, it's a lie. So I'm paraphrasing. So when I saw her, she looked pretty bad off, and I asked, I'm pretty sure I asked her, was she all right? Are you all right?
Do you remember stating on direct, well, eventually I approached her when I could, but she was surrounded by a lot of people. And I wanted to find out why. I mean, I know why she was messed up like that, but I wanted to find out what the hell was going on with her. Like, you know, like, is she losing it because of me doing this thing? You know? And that's what it was. I was just trying to see
Okay.
if. And then Mr. Levine cut you off, and you said if you were responsible,
Objection, Your Honor.
and you said,
One
yeah.
moment.
That's the finding. Cut it off.
That's what it says. It says see if, and then
Yeah,
you're interrupted.
all that was going on at the same time in my head, but I'm trying to go step by step with you here. But in my mind, are you all right? Because she looked bad off.
Right. And so, did you ask her, like you said, are you messed up because I did this thing?
No, I didn't say
You
that.
didn't. And why not? If that's what you were worried about, why didn't you ask her that?
Because it would say that I did it.
Because what?
It would say that I did it.
Okay. And so that's what you told us, though, that you wanted to make sure she wasn't upset because you did this thing.
I wanted to make sure she wasn't losing her mind and totally upset, period.
Okay.
Because it looked bad.
So when you talked to her, you didn't say anything.
I'm sure I said something like, are you all right? And she barely spoke. I was barely audible.
I see. Okay. How many times would you say you spoke to Monica's lawyers?
I don't know. You have the information in front of you. I have no idea about. Over 5.
Over 6?
I don't know. Over 5. It felt like 5. I don't know. I wasn't keeping track.
Over 8?
I wasn't keeping track.
Approximately how many do you think? Give us an estimate.
Over 5.
Since you were there and we weren't.
Yeah, but I wasn't keeping track.
I see. You wanted, though, to talk to them for a long time, right?
I wanted to talk to them as long as it's needed.
No, I mean, you had wanted to speak with them for years. You told Monica in recordings that you wanted to talk to her lawyers, right?
I did.
and because you wanted to take the blame, right?
No, because I needed information. It was a smart-ass comment because I wasn't getting information at all.
I see. So when you said to Monica in numerous conversations, if things go bad, I will take the blame. I'll take it. I'll lie, right?
I probably said that.
And you also said that you wanted to talk to her lawyers, and you told Monica that you needed to get your lawyers and her lawyers together so they were all on the same page, because she doesn't have a defense without you, and you don't have a defense without her. Do you remember that?
Objection to misstates the evidence.
No rule.
Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Showing you People's 217. Do you recognize this shirt? It has a 1 in the lower left corner.
I remember. I don't remember this. I don't. She's wearing a shirt. She probably got it from me. I just don't remember it.
Do you remember telling Detective Gable and Detective Tellis on June 14th after your arrest that the shirt she was wearing the day you guys were arrested, which is this shirt, that she got it from you?
I don't remember all that.
Do you recognize the bedding?
Actually, I do.
Yeah, whose bedding is that?
That's hers.
No, it's yours.
Oh, see, that's how crazy I am. Wow. I could have swore that was hers.
Looking at this photo taken June 13th on her way back from Toronto. Oh, this is not been marked? Your Honor, can I have this marked as the people's next in order, please? 278?
279.
Thank you. 279, there's a 6 in the lower left corner. Dated June 13th. Is that the same shirt?
Looks like it.
Do you recognize this photo?
No. I'm looking hard too. No.
No. She's wearing the same shirt, right? Shirt you gave her, right?
Okay. I don't recognize the photo so far.
Okay. And also contained on your SD card found in your Ford Expedition. You have a lot of SD cards, racquetball equipment, clothing, women's clothing in your Expedition at the time that you were arrested, right?
In my expedition. I don't remember.
You don't remember.
Because when I was arrested in a squad car, not in my truck. So I don't remember.
Yes, but you had things in your Expedition that was parked in the garage at your apartment.
Okay.
On the day you were arrested, right?
I don't remember. I don't remember. I didn't do an inventory before I got arrested. I don't remember. I probably did. I may have.
Do you remember telling Detective Gable and Detective Tellis, actually you asked them, hey, yeah, well you saw the shirt, didn't you, on her? That was a gift I gave her. And the detective said, oh no, and you said, so you didn't see the army shirt? And the detective said, yeah. And you said, did you see the back? It said, it will defend. And the detective said, yeah, right, okay, very nice. Oh, so, and you said it was a gift that I got her, because I can't wear it here anywhere. Remember that?
Not really. I don't remember that. I don't. It's too long ago.
Did Monica ever ask you if you had committed this murder?
No.
Never asked you that.
No.
How about after the two of you tried to explain away where all your DNA in the house came from.
Objection is
Did-
argumentative.
Still rule.
Say that one more time.
Sure. We heard you in an overhear talking to Monica a couple of different times, trying to explain away the DNA that was found of yours at the crime scene.
Oh, not explain away, but those were the reasons. But
Right.
okay,
You were saying it's just a few drops, right?
that's
She
what I was
said
told. That's what I.
she told them. It's just
That's
a
what
few
I was told.
drops.
That's what I was told.
So again, at any point in time, did she ask you, "Hey, did you murder my husband?"
No,
Never. And you still love her, right? That's why you're here.
I love her. Of course, I still love her. Of course,
Yeah.
I do.
And you hope that at some point the two of you will be together.
It's never going to happen.
Right?
It's never going to happen.
So you didn't talk about conjugal visits in the future or anything like that if she were to get out?
I don't remember. I might have.
Did
maybe.
you ever talk to her about the fact that if she got out, you wanted her to go home, but you needed her to support you and put money on your books and things of that nature? Do you
I
ever have
remember
that
that.
kind of a conversation?
I don't remember that conversation.
So if that was recorded, it just would be that you didn't remember.
I just don't remember.
I see.
You're recording it. I don't remember.
I see. You told us, though, that you lied about Chris Austin's involvement because you wanted to protect him, right?
Right.
And you were much closer to Monica than you were to Chris Austin, right?
Different types of relationships.
Okay. So again, you do anything to protect her too, right? That's what you do.
If I could. If I could.
Do you remember telling Monica in a overhear from August 24th of 2017 that you will flat out lie for her and that you need to start stockpiling because you don't have support out there? And Monica told you, if I get out, you'll have my support. Do you remember that?
At the time, she thought I was innocent. Yes.
If you didn't discuss committing the murder of Fabio Sementilli with Monica prior to the murder, how did you know that your plan might backfire? How did you know that your plan might do that? I mean, how did you account for that? Like, what if she, after the murder, decided she couldn't afford to live here and move back to Canada?
Sorry, counsel.
That is compound.
Sorry.
Did you consider, if you're telling the jury that you didn't discuss your plan with Monica to kill Fabio, that after the murder, she might move back to Canada?
She might have.
So wouldn't you have been in a better position to continue the relationship where you could see her whenever pretty much Fabio was at work or traveling?
I thought about it.
And?
Yeah, it could have went either way.
So you told us that you thought by getting him out of the way that you would be able to have Monica all to yourself, right?
True.
But if she moved back to Canada, you wouldn't have her at all,
Very
right?
true. That's also true.
So then what was your plan? What was your plan B?
There was no plan B.
No plan B.
No.
So if she left, she left.
Nothing I could do about it.
I see. So you went to all of these great lengths to set up this murder and bring in Chris Austin and all of the things you've told us about over the last several days on the chance that somehow Monica would be able to find a way to stay in the United States and in California with you.
Well, I knew she was gonna. I knew that she definitely wanted to be in the United States because she was talking about the daughters staying in school. So I knew she was going to stay in the United States, regardless whatever happens anywhere.
Okay? recall, after your arrest, being placed into a cell that you talked about with Monica with a cellmate.
Could have been. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling your cellmate to be careful what he talked about because the cell contained cameras and recorders?
Probably. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling your cellmate everything that you say is being watched and recorded?
We all think that way, yeah.
You thought that?
I don't remember saying it, but we all think that way.
Okay. I'm just asking what you thought.
I always think we're being recorded.
Okay. And did you also tell your cellmate that you know how to work the system?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that?
No, I don't remember the cellmate. I've had a few cellmates, so you gotta help me out with that.
Well, it was the date you were arrested, as I said on this case.
Oh, okay, I got you. I don't remember that conversation.
When you were talking to your cellmate, did you tell your cellmate that you don't know anything about this murder and that I have no idea why the it's me?
I don't remember saying it, but I probably would say something like that.
Did you tell them some woman's dude got killed in a home invasion robbery or some?
Again, I don't remember the conversation, but I probably would say something like that.
Did you refer to Monica as your confidant and your friend?
I don't remember.
Does it sound like something you would say?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember saying, I'm trying to keep her cool. I'm trying to see how she feels. She's like a confidant, friend, you know?
I don't remember the conversation.
Okay. Did you tell your cellmate that law enforcement had the wrong?
I don't remember the conversation.
Does that sound like you?
Could have been.
Do you remember telling your cellmate Fabio was a big-time celebrity exec? This high profile, he was big time.
I don't remember that.
Did you tell your cellmate, it ain't me? I know it ain't me.
I don't remember the conversation.
Okay. Do you remember telling us earlier today that you had probably around 5 interviews with the defense?
Yes.
This takes the evidence.
So,
Do you remember when the first one was?
No.
Do you remember when the first one was in relation to your plea in this case, which was July 7th of 2023?
I don't remember the exact dates.
Okay. How about August 7th of 2023? Remember that?
I don't remember dates. I don't log this stuff down.
Okay. Do you remember that in the first interview, you talked about the letter that you wrote to Monica? Do you remember that?
I had a lot of discussions, but I'm sure we talked about it.
Showing you people 628.
I think that's defense.
It is. Sorry, defense 628. You recognize the writing here?
Yes,
Whose writing is that?
it's mine.
And this is the letter we talked about yesterday, right? Where you told us that you spent an entire day writing this letter, right?
And I spent some time, yeah. I wrote the letter.
You wrote it.
I wrote it.
And you gave it to the defense.
Yes,
And this was your attempt to apologize to Monica, right? For killing her husband.
to make it easy for you, yes.
I'm sorry?
To make it easy for you, yes.
Okay. Well, I don't want you to make it easy for me. Is that what your intent was? Isn't that
No,
what you told the
because-
defense on direct?
No, I'm just making it easier for you, so that way you can say it's me who
Objection
wrote it.
unresponsive. Move to strike.
Stricken.
Again, did you tell the defense on direct that this was your attempt at an apology?
Probably.
And then did you give it to the defense to give to Monica?
Yes.
And so here you wrote that you have a lot to say, right? And the first paragraph that I'm pointing to here, as much as I want to apologize to say I'm sorry of what happened to him, you and everyone else, it will never be enough for me to emphasize, especially to you, right?
Yes, what I wrote.
And in the letter, you knew that the murder occurred in January, right? You wrote January 2017 when this all happened. Right?
I wrote it.
Is that what you wrote?
Yeah, because I didn't even know the date.
Okay, but you wrote January 2017.
Yes.
So you knew the month.
Yeah.
And you knew the year.
Yes.
And you said your intent was actually to deliver a gift for Monica's birthday, right?
Correct.
However, unknowing it was an unforeseen disaster, right? Is that what you wrote?
That's what I wrote.
And then you said it got worse, right?
A disaster for which I feel horrible. It got worse. Yes.
Okay. And then you wrote, it was supposed to have been a good thing, but it went horribly wrong. Right?
I wrote that.
Okay. And then you said, who could you tell? Who could you explain this to? No one, right?
Talking about me, yes.
And then you said the incident, meaning the murder, plummeted you into your own mental chaos, right?
It did.
And then you said, further down, I am sincerely, deeply sorry, right?
Correct.
And then you wrote about, in this letter, about how you and Monica did various niceties of dropping notes on our cars or places that was personal, right?
Yes.
Slipping cards, mementos, and gifts.
Correct.
And that you prided yourself on turning up the niceties a notch at times, right?
Yes.
That you would leave notes, cards, gifts in or on a car she would drive all over the valley.
If I could.
I'm sorry?
Yes, that's what I wrote.
And that placing drawn posters with messages only she would know were hers, placed on routes she'd travel, right?
Yes, I wrote that.
And then on wrote that I drop in on you in places. I think you wrote here by accident. Just to let you know you're thought of, right?
I wrote it.
And you said to show you how special she is. Lunches, dinners, spa days, spoil you days, little shopping sprees, spontaneous little things, right?
I wrote it.
And then you started talking about her birthday in 2017, where you gave her a gift, right?
I wrote it.
Okay. And then you said that because she had commitments and couldn't really do a dinner or lunch to make it a sort of ceremony, that you had a grander gift of a necklace, ring, designer card, right? That you wanted to give her.
I wrote that.
And you said when I gave you that in passing gift, you hinted before all this happened that you had more gifts for her, right?
I wrote that.
And that you were going to find a way to make her birthday special, correct?
I wrote that.
And you said you were going to wait for an opportunity to give her the gift,
I wrote that.
right?
I wrote all this.
Yes. And then you said you needed to put them somewhere, these gifts that you bought for her, these additional presents, somewhere that she would find it, right?
I wrote that.
And that you had an idea. Right?
I wrote all this.
You said you had a little impromptu drop-off plan. Package the gifts up, place it under the seat of her car, right?
I wrote that.
And then you said, but that would require a lot of surveillance. And asking a smart woman too many questions on her whereabouts will sound alarm bells, right?
I wrote that.
So then you said, when you told us just a couple minutes ago that you didn't know the date, in here you wrote the date, right? Days before the 23rd of January.
Yeah, I always kind of knew what the date was, but I didn't really know the dates.
But yet you wrote it.
I know, I get that. I really don't know dates that well, but go ahead, yeah.
Okay. But you knew it here, right?
Okay,
And so you said that you coordinated that a package was going to be delivered to her on a league night, right? Racquetball league night. Correct?
I wrote that.
And that you plan to have it dropped off at the gym. And if that wasn't done that night, it was going to be placed under the seat of the Mustang in the driveway as a last resort by a paid deliverer. Correct?
That's what I wrote.
And then you wrote how it was difficult to accomplish this, right?
That's what I wrote.
The deliverer that you contacted wasn't available, so you were forced to wait for another time, right?
That's what I wrote.
And you said the opportunity came up on the 23rd of January. Again, the date.
That's what I wrote.
And you said that instead of dropping it off on the windshield, you were going to bring it to her home, right?
That's what I wrote.
And you talked about how you met to play racquetball, that Monica mentioned she was barely able to squeeze racquetball in because her day was filled with busyness and errands, right?
Says the opportunity presented itself, you and I met to play racquetball. Okay.
And you said the more you listened, you got the feeling that everyone at the house was going out running errands also, right?
Yes.
So you said you saw the potential to deliver the present.
Yes.
And so, basically, you told Monica that you were planning to drop off a gift to her at the home, right?
That was the intent of the letter.
Okay. And you talked about placing some jewelry and a card somewhere in the house where she would be surprised, right?
That's what I wrote.
And you said it had to be in a place where she would find it and no one else would stumble across it, right?
That's what I wrote in
So
this
you
letter.
decided that you were going to place this gift and this designer card on her pillow, on her bed,
I just wrote that in the letter.
right? And your plan was to drop it off and then text her to check under her pillow. Right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you go on to talk about how you had it in your racquetball bag and you were worried she would see it in your bag. Remember?
Do I remember? No, I just remember. I'm just looking at. I agree. That's what I wrote.
Okay. And then you talked in length about how you had to rinse your hand off from this racquetball injury, and that she was trying to help you, that you made a mess with towels and water, right?
That's what I wrote.
When you were asked about it here, when I asked you about it yesterday, you talked about putting your hand in your mouth and then putting a Band-Aid over it, right?
Eventually, yes.
Okay.
We just didn't go into detail, but
I
that's
see.
what we. That's what you. I only answer what you ask.
I see. And then you said that Monica took a plastic bag from you with the towels home with her, right?
That's what I put out. That's what I put on the letter.
And your mind was already on getting the gift to her. So everything else was forgotten, right? So you weren't focused on your injury.
I'm on your. This is just what I wrote for this letter.
Yes.
Yes,
And
I wrote
you
this.
spent a lot of time, as we talked about yesterday, planning out what you were going to say, right?
I just wrote it. I just
Wrote it over the course of a day, right?
I think so.
And it's fairly lengthy, right? Front and back, as we talked about.
Okay.
Every single line, right?
Okay.
And so you said that even to drop off a gift, you decided it would be better if I had an extra set of eyes, right?
That's what I wrote.
And you never use the name Fabio, just like in the overhears. Instead, you refer to him as him, right?
I might have. I mean, I'm sure I do. I don't usually say his name.
Right. And neither did Monica, right? The two of you only refer to him as he or him.
I only speak for myself.
Well, in the overhears with her,
That's on
the
you.
two of you did not in 60 hours
I
ever
just
use
speak.
his name, right?
I just speak for myself.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Stricken.
And then you said it irked you to have him think he burns you on time, effort, and partial payment, right? What are you referring to?
Oh, this is referring to the fictitious person.
I see.
Not, yeah, that's what that
So
meant.
you went into some detail on how this fictitious person irked you.
Yes.
And then you said, shortly before the drop, your deliverer and you were going over the impromptu plan, which obviously isn't so impromptu, right?
I wrote that.
Okay.
I wrote that. Your extra stuff, I don't know what you're talking about.
And you said that it was going to be a very loose plan, right?
That's what I wrote.
Okay. And you said that you knew you were going to go towards the Ralphs in her area to figure out the easiest approach to drop it off, right?
That's what I wrote.
And that she texted you or called you and asked you what you were doing and where you were,
That's what I wrote.
right?
That's what I wrote.
And that she said that she was nearby and hoped to see you in a few minutes.
That's what I wrote.
Where you said that it was your usual see each other if we can while we could if time permitted, right?
That's what I wrote on this paper.
And then you said the two of you met up at the Target, right? So in this letter, you're talking about, again, on January 23rd, where you and Monica met up at the Target parking lot, right?
I just wrote this on the paper.
Yes, but you're referring to an actual event, right?
I guess we were in the same parking lot together.
Right, and you said you met briefly at the Target parking lot. See this?
I see what I wrote.
And you said that you were hoping that you wouldn't give anything away. This big surprise of this extra gift and this card, right?
Whatever it is I wrote on this paper, I wrote it.
Okay. And what you got from her was that everybody was out running errands or school, right?
Whatever's on this paper, I wrote it.
Okay. So at that point, in the parking lot, you're basically stating that Monica told you everybody was out, right?
No, no, this is.
No?
I already knew this before. I knew this earlier during the day. I knew this earlier during the day.
But
period.
you're talking about a conversation that happened in the parking lot, right?
No, there's no conversation in the parking lot. This is earlier during the day of the information there.
Yeah. You see right here where it says we met briefly at the Target park, and then on the next line, ing lot.
And that's what I wrote, but it doesn't mean we met and talked.
I see.
It doesn't say any of that.
So you met at the Target parking lot, but you did not speak, right?
No need to.
No need to speak.
No.
You just get together and be silent.
There was no get together.
Got it. So you wrote this, right?
I wrote the whole thing.
Okay. And then you said all that you got from her was everyone was out running errands or school, right? And that she was going to go buy groceries or something, right?
Well, apparently this is all fictitious, so it doesn't matter anyway.
Objection, move to strike,
Stricken.
non-responsive. That's what you wrote here, right?
I did write that.
And then on the next day, the next page, you said your chat was very short. So it sounds like there was a conversation, right? Sounded like no one home, right?
That's what's written on the paper.
Or that nobody would be home for an hour or two, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you said you went to the house, right?
That's what I wrote on the paper. I wrote the entire thing.
Okay. And you said there were no cars in the driveway. As expected, no one seemed there, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you said there was a guy with you to drop off the package, right? The gift and the card. You needed a guy to come with you to drop this off, right?
That's what was written.
and the guy with you was more nervous than you were. Right?
That was what's written on that paper.
And then you wrote, it made everything seem slow. You testified in this case that everything seemed to go really fast, right? When you were at the house committing the crime.
I testified to that.
And then you said, that you somehow got into the house, right? And you said you approached her bed and put the envelope with the jewelry carefully under her pillow, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you said, my other set of eyes apparently heard something. When you say your other set of eyes, what are you referring to here?
It's my make-believe set of eyes at the time.
You're a second person, right?
It just has nothing to do with what happened, because it's obviously the same thing.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Stricken.
Again, when you say the other set of eyes apparently heard something, you're referring to the second person that you brought with you.
I'm not referring to anything except this letter.
Just before that, you said that the guy with you was more nervous than you, and it made you nervous, right?
That's what I wrote here.
And then you said, eventually inside, I cautiously approached, and your other set of eyes apparently heard something. So you're referring to the other person that you're with, right?
Whatever I wrote on this paper is what I wrote.
Okay. And then you said that you were placing the envelope and you left your line of sight to see if anybody was coming. The other person did, I guess. Correct? And you lost sight of him, meaning the person with you.
This is the letter I wrote.
Okay? And then you said, I wasn't leaving without him and I was ready to leave. I carefully went to the back to find him. I heard a TV outside. No one in the back. TV was on. It went bad from there. Right?
That's what I wrote.
Then you said, all I remember is going down numb. I knew I'd been hit hard by something. Right? That's what you wrote.
I did write that.
So in this story, without actually saying what happened, you are basically telling Monica that Fabio was to blame for his own murder, right?
Yes.
And you said you remember being down and the odd sensation of first not hearing. So you actually go into detail here, right? Right?
I wrote this letter.
And you said I sort of blanked out, kind of like you told the jury that you did in the murder, right?
This is what I wrote.
Okay. With fear, panic, and your last thought was, I'm going to be killed, right?
That's what I wrote.
So you grabbed what you could to defend yourself. In other words, you acted in self-defense in Fabio Sementilli's home. Right?
What you see here before you, I wrote.
And that you let instinct take over, right? You weren't responsible for what you did it instinctually, right?
Whatever you see in this letter, I wrote.
Okay? And then you said you had been struck with something from behind, only catching a glimpse as I was down. So you never even say what you saw, right?
I wrote this letter.
And you said a guy that was standing over you was coming closer. Right?
I wrote this letter.
And you said one asked to protect one's family and home. Right?
I did write this letter.
And then, the next thing you know, I heard the voice of the guy I went to look for. He was inaudible to me and panicked. So, your second set of eyes, right? The deliverer.
This letter I wrote.
And at this point you said, when you woke up, you noticed you were in the kitchen, weak, tired, and shocked. Confused, right? Terrified. That's what you wrote.
That's
right?
what I wrote.
And you said you wanted to run, but you didn't know what to do, right?
I did write this letter.
And you said you didn't hear anybody behind you because of the TV, and it was a disaster, right?
I did write this letter.
And then you go on. Again, top of page 8, in detail, talking about your adrenaline, right? Realizing what had just happened. Right?
I did write this letter.
And that anyone could walk in. And the person who's with you is panicked and terrified and about to run. Right?
I did write this letter.
And then you wrote, I was a mental wreck. Correct?
I did write this letter.
Okay. And then, again, you went into this detailed explanation about what a disaster this was. Right?
I did write this letter.
And just like you told the jury, you decided to try and make it look like a home invasion. Right?
I did write this letter.
And so, again, just like you told the jury, you took anything that looked of value to make it appear a robbery. Any gifts, clothes that you had bought Monica, equipment that you gave her for the gym, anything, right?
I did write this letter.
And then you said you saw the plastic bag with the towels in the sink. Did you know that, we talked about this yesterday, that Delia Pacheco Rivera was there that day and that she thoroughly cleaned the house. Did you know that?
I don't even know who she is.
Did you know that there was, according to her, nothing in the sink when she left?
I wouldn't know that.
Well, you were there after, right? In reality. Like
A-
IRL in real
After.
life.
Yeah, after. You mean
And
after
then-
after she left?
You came after she left.
Okay, so I wouldn't know that then.
Well, your blood was all over the place, right?
Yes. Yes. Well.
And then, I'm sorry, do you have a question?
No,
about
no. You said all over the place. I'm sure my blood was someplace, but I didn't know. I didn't know it was all over.
Really, because you told us the one thing your attorney did go over with you when you kept denying to him that you were responsible for this crime was the DNA. That he went over the DNA results with you. Remember testifying to that on direct?
I never denied. I only asked to see evidence.
Objection,
I never
just right
denied.
non-responsive.
Stricken.
Again, do you remember testifying to that on direct, that your lawyer went over with you the DNA results?
Eventually, yes.
So you knew that your blood was all over the house, right?
I knew there was blood in the house.
And you talked to Monica about it in the overhears, right? You talked about your blood being in the kitchen. Remember that?
No.
Talked about your blood being in the garage. Remember that?
I don't remember the conversation.
Talked about your blood being in the master bedroom, right?
That one I didn't know.
And so you said that you took the plastic bag with the towels in the sink, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you were in a daze and you didn't know what you were doing, right? Kind of like you told us.
That's what I wrote in the letter.
And then you go back to the mental chaos, right?
That's what I wrote.
How you calmed yourself down so that you could get out of the house without running into anybody, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you went into the sorrow and your pain and your sadness and all of those things, right?
That's what I wrote.
Yeah. And you said you could barely keep it together, right?
I did write this letter.
talk about you, yourself, right? What a wreck you were.
I wrote the letter.
And you said that there was no way you could describe your inner pandemonium, right?
I wrote the letter.
Okay. And you talked about trying to be your best, your usual self, right?
I wrote this letter.
And on the next page, you talked about going to the gym, right? And getting people, just as you talked about here, to go with you over to Monica's house, right?
I wrote this letter, yeah.
And you went on about your interactions with various people in some detail, right?
Can we go back a little bit ahead of that? A little further ahead of that? I'm trying to remember all this. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And you said you went into the house with people from the league, right?
I wrote that.
And you said you almost totally broke down, right?
I wrote this, yes, I wrote it.
Yeah. And you go on and on about you, yourself, right? Correct?
I wrote, yeah, I wrote that.
And again, on the next page, the back of the next page, you're again talking about yourself and your inner turmoil, right?
I wrote that.
And that eventually you got to feeling better, right?
I wrote that.
And again, you went on about your inner turmoil, and eventually you picked a place for you and Monica to get together, right? A busy place, and you said you met in a car, right?
That's what I wrote.
And you thought about telling her what had happened, just because you tried to give her a present that she knew nothing about, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you said, when you saw her, the beauty and the grief popped out, right?
That's what I wrote.
Okay. And then you went on about how you were trying to keep it together, right? Again, all about you, right?
All about me. I wrote it. It's all about me. I wrote it.
And you talked about cheering her up, right? Right?
Right. I wrote the letter.
And that you went from liking Monica very much to falling in love, right?
That's what I wrote.
Okay. And that you were happy, right?
I said, I came to be happy. There you go. Came to be happy.
That's Monica. You did.
So that's what I wrote.
Okay. And you talked about how the two of you went out, did things, and started enjoying your life, right?
That's what I wrote. I did write this.
And then you talked about seeking a lawyer, right? You talked about the police,
I wrote this whole letter, yes.
Okay. And that your panic episodes were becoming more rare, right?
I did write this letter. Yes, I did.
And you talked about that you were trying to cover up at your own peril, right? Based on your past run-ins and experiences with law enforcement.
I did write this
We
letter.
talked about that the two of you discussed.
I did write this letter.
And you talked about your remorse, right?
I did write this letter.
And she said that she understood why you would be paranoid based on your past run-ins with law enforcement.
I did write this letter.
So right here in the letter, you're talking about the fact that Monica was aware, because you discussed it with her and your paranoia, and that she said she understood why, right?
That's what I wrote. I wrote this letter. I did write it.
And then you again go on trying to keep this story from her as long as you could, but at this point you just had to tell her, right?
I did write this letter.
And you talked about how people are looking to see if you have remorse, but you don't care what anybody thinks, right?
I did write this letter.
Okay. And so that's what you wrote to her, was this lengthy apology letter that you then gave to Mr. Levine and his investigator to give to Monica, and you told them that this was what had happened, right?
Which question was this now?
You gave them the letter,
I did give them the letter.
and you asked them to give it to Monica,
I did do that.
right?
I did do that.
So you went into, as we saw, quite a bit of detail, right, in this letter, this apology letter.
I just wrote the letter.
So you're saying you did not?
I did write the letter.
And as we've just looked at, it's numerous pages long, right?
It is.
And you talked about the fact that you agreed that the letter was ridiculous, and I think you said it was trash. That was the word you used on direct, right?
Yes.
So in other words, this very long, detailed letter that you gave to the defense to give to Monica was full of lies.
Legally, it was trash.
Legally.
Yeah,
It's a
I mean,
legal term.
Yeah, I mean, it was not sworn to. It's just trash. Everything
Got
is
it.
trash without being
Just
sworn
trash.
to.
Okay. So what you asked them to give to Monica, expressing your apology, was basically pages and pages and pages of lies.
From a legal standpoint, yes.
I'm sorry?
From the legal standpoint, yes.
Did you go to law school at some point?
Never went to law school.
Oh. So you just, when you say from a legal standpoint, what is that based on?
Classes. I went to a couple of
Classes.
classes. Yeah. Went to a couple of classes.
Uh-huh. Where'd you take your classes?
At Central Texas College.
And so, did Monica's lawyer, Mr. Levine, tell you that your story sounded ridiculous?
No,
He didn't say that.
he didn't say anything about it.
Okay.
He just said he's going to have to turn it over to you,
Uh-huh.
which kind of surprised me.
And so, that was, as we said, your first interview. Which was August 7th, a month after you entered your plea, right?
I'm not sure of the dates.
And where did that particular interview take place?
In jail,
Which jail?
Los Angeles County.
Men's Central?
No,
Where?
It's called NCCF, I think.
Out in the Newhall area. Yes? North County Correctional Facility?
It's NCCF. Yeah, that's all I know.
Was your attorney present during this interview?
The
Mr.
first,
Simran?
the first one,
No, Mr. Simran,
No,
your
the-
lawyer.
was he there for the first or second one or what?
Your Honor, it seems facts, not an evidence of that.
Overruled.
Was Mr. Simran present with you during this interview that you had with Mr. Levine and Mr. Dawson?
No, I don't think so.
And was it recorded?
As far as I know, no.
Never saw a transcript or anything like that.
No.
Your Honor, we were prohibited from recording.
Very good.
So, did at any point in time Mr. Levine talk to you about how they could come to the court and get an order so that they could record your interview, so there would be some documentation, some proof of a recording that they could later play for the jury? You ever mention that to you? No?
No.
And you didn't ask him to record it so that there would be proof of what you had said in the course of your interview with Mr. Levine for the jury, right?
No.
And so, after that date, did you then have yet another interview with Mr. Levine and Mr. Dawson?
I had a few of them, so I don't remember exactly how many and what dates. I don't have all that info in front of me.
Okay. Do you remember having an interview with Mr. Levine again and Mr. Dawson in custody on February 12th of 2024?
I don't remember the dates.
Okay. If I were to tell you that you had an interview on February 12th of 2024, does that refresh your recollection?
I don't remember the dates, but I remember having interviews.
How about February 8th? Did you have an interview on February 8th?
I do not remember the dates.
At any point in time, were you given a recording to review or a transcript from that February interview?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
There were, I don't know what dates were when, but there were times where I was asked to listen to certain portions of something and asked, what does this mean? And I can't even remember what it was.
I'm not asking you about the fact that they played various items of evidence for you.
I don't know if it's
I'm
evidence or not.
asking you whether your interview at the beginning of February with Mr. Levine was recorded.
No, I don't remember it being recorded.
Okay. At any point in time, were you provided with a report to review or notes regarding your February interviews?
I'm always looking at little stuff, but I don't remember specifically what it was.
Again, were you provided with any notes or report to review of your interviews that took place with Mr. Levine and his investigator?
I don't recall what kind of notes and paperwork it was, so I can't say exactly what it was.
Well, were you ever shown this report dated February 12th?
I've never seen this before.
Never seen it before.
No.
So you were never provided with this report that indicates that you were interviewed by Mr.
Your Honor,
Levine.
could we approach, please?
All right.
Again, you've never been shown this report before, correct?
This document? No, I've never seen this document.
You see here that it indicates, as you mentioned, that you were interviewed at NCCF.
Your Honor, could I ask who wrote on that report?
Your Honor, I would object to counsel's
Counsel.
interruptions and statements in front of the jury.
You may not.
Against. Just as you said, you were interviewed at NCCF on 4 different days. Do you see that?
That's what it says.
We talked about August 7th being the date where you handed over the apology letter, right?
I see what it says here.
You were interviewed September 12th, right, of 2023.
I agree. That's on this paper.
December 6th of 2023.
That's what it says.
And February 8th of 2024, right?
That's what it says on this paper.
And here it indicates that on August 7th, that Mr. Levine and his investigator, Mr. Dawson, introduced themselves to you and that they had obtained permission from Mr. Simran to interview you, right? And you agreed to talk to them.
I did agree to talk to them.
And at that interview, you gave them the letter that I just went through with you, right?
I guess so, yeah.
And that you claimed you were going to mail it to Monica, right?
Yes, I do remember that.
And you said the reason for writing the letter, the multi-page letter, was so that Monica would understand why the murder happened and what happened, right?
Yes.
And you wrote the letter as an apology so that she would know there was no ill intent on your part, right?
That's what it says on the paper, yeah.
Well, that's what you told them, right? You're not saying they took down something that you didn't say.
Well, they shortened
your words,
they
right?
shortened it. They shortened it.
They shortened it.
Yeah, but that's
Oh.
the gist. That's the gist of it.
Okay. What did they shorten? What did they leave out? Since it wasn't recorded, I wouldn't know. So
No.
tell me what was left out.
I just let.
Sustained.
What was left out?
Motion to strike.
Comments of counsel is not stricken.
Again,
Yes.
Not evidence.
what was left out? Tell us, please.
Well, again, verbatim. I don't have the exact verbiage locked in, so I don't know. But the idea was to let her know that it was basically I did this because I love her.
You did it because you love her.
That was a roundabout way of doing it. Yeah. That was the intent of the letter, but it's just they just shortened the version for this report. I see.
Did the murder because you love her.
That's what I just said.
Okay. What else? When you said it was shortened, what else did you say?
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it simple because I don't remember the exact verbiage, and that's it. I don't remember the exact verbiage. I don't.
And when you told Mr. Levine and his investigator that it was an apology because there was no ill intent on your part, you murdered Fabio Sementilli. So when you say no ill intent, what is it that you said? Or were those not your words?
They just shortened it to a report. I see. That's what I can see right here.
Again,
Again, what?
move to strike, non-responsive.
Stricken.
You said to Mr. Levine and his investigator that the multi-page letter was meant as an apology, right?
That's what I said.
And that there was no ill intent on your part, correct?
That's what it says here.
Well, my question again is that what you told them?
I don't remember if I said it exactly like that.
If there was a recording, would that help you remember?
Objection, Your Honor, it's been asked and answered, there is no.
Sustained.
There's no recording. So this is all we have. So if you said,
I'm sorry?
Motion to strike, that's it.
Well, there's nothing to strike, but it is inappropriate.
again, if you said there was no ill intent on your part, is that what's written here? Or did you say something different than that?
I don't remember exactly verbatim what was said.
Do you remember saying something like that?
About there was no ill intent.
Yes.
That was the gist of the letter.
The gist of the letter was that you had no intent.
I'm just answering your question.
Is that what you're saying?
That was the intent of the letter.
Okay.
Counsel,
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that Monica was always going to deny your affair?
Early on, yes. She, oh no, did I tell him that? I think I did.
And did you tell them it was because she didn't want to look bad in the eyes of her family?
I believe I said that.
And in the lockup, we also heard a conversation, actually a few conversations between you and Monica talking about that her family might disown her. Remember having that kind of a conversation?
Not really.
You don't remember that part.
No.
And then at that point, did you give a different story of what happened when you murdered Fabio Sementilli?
I gave a different story on this one, on the letter, so yeah, it was a different story.
Okay, so that would be version 2, right?
I don't know what versions you're talking about, but
Well,
there's
the first
different
version
versions.
was the letter, right?
Okay.
So you gave them a second version, right?
I gave them a second version.
Second story, right?
Okay.
Remember that?
Not really, but I'm sure I did.
Okay. And you said that in your interview with Mr. Levine that your lawyer went over the DNA results with you, just like we talked about here, right?
Certain aspects of it, yes.
Well, he gave you the results,
What does that mean?
where your DNA was found in the house.
Okay, yes.
Do you remember that?
That part, yes.
Okay. And then did you express to Mr. Levine that your attorney didn't show you the bulk of the evidence?
Yes.
Did your
I
attorney,
have an objection. The first reference to the attorney is unclear.
again,
Okay, so it's vagueness.
Pardon?
It's vagueness.
Yes.
It's this thing.
did you tell,
Again, comments of counsel are not evidence. That is not to be stricken.
Well,
Did-
There is no answer.
did you tell Mr. Levine that you had not seen the bulk of the evidence?
Yes.
Did your attorney, Mr. Simran, speak to you every time you came to court?
Speak to me?
Yes,
Like hello? Yes.
about the case.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Did you call him at his office on numerous occasions
Well, I've tried to call him many times.
to discuss the evidence?
I've tried to call him many times.
And did the two of you speak numerous times on the phone about the case?
Not numerous, not compared to the times I've answered.
Okay, so approximately how many times would you say you and your lawyer talked about the case, Mr.
Not-
Simran?
How many times? 6 years. Not counting court appearances.
No, let's include those.
Really didn't talk much during court appearances.
How many times did you and your lawyer discuss the case?
I don't want to give an exact number because you'll hold me to it, but it wasn't a lot. It wasn't
Give
a
me
lot.
an estimate.
Estimate seems to make me a liar too, so it wasn't a lot though. It's probably. All right, I'm gonna try to answer this question. 6 times. Maybe. It feels like 20 times.
20 times. Could it be more than that?
It might be, but it feels like about 20.
Feels like.
Minus the court appearances. With the court appearances, you can add those to it too, but there was no real information exchanged.
No real information.
Not really.
Well, based on the no real information, you decided that you might as well enter a plea in this case because you believe that you would be convicted, correct?
Yes.
And when you took your plea in this case, when you entered your plea, you were asked whether or not you had reviewed the evidence in this case and gone over all of the evidence as well as your rights and privileges before you entered your plea, right?
That was asked of me.
And you said yes. right?
I did.
When we broke for lunch, we were talking about a series of interviews that you had with the defense on August 7th of 2023, September 12th of 2023, December 6th of 2023, and February 8th of 2024. Do you recall that?
Yes.
During these interviews, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that prior to the murder, you were at the house, the Sementilli home, several times, especially when Fabio was away on business?
Yes.
On February 8th, it appears that you were shown crime scene photos. Do you recall that?
I don't remember the date, but I remember seeing the photos.
So you were shown crime scene photos, correct?
A few of them.
Of only a few.
Yeah, a couple of them.
A couple now. Which is it? A couple or a few?
Maybe two. I'm guessing.
Two.
It wasn't that many.
So you weren't shown the full set.
I don't even know what a full set is.
Okay. But in your, in what you remember today, in your memory, it was a few or a couple, maybe two or three. Is that what you've testified to here
Maybe
today?
two. Maybe two.
Maybe two. Okay. And during that same interview on February 8th of 2024, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that the letter that you wrote to Monica contained falsehoods?
I can't remember what day it was exactly, but I remember telling him that it was fault. It was a lot of inaccuracies and a lot of lies in it. I don't know what day it was.
Okay. Did you also tell them that on the day of the murder that you knew Fabio was going to be there alone?
I can't remember that.
During the February 8th interview, do you see here what says, I knew he was going to be there at the home alone during the February 8th interview?
Okay, I must have said it then.
Okay.
I just don't remember it.
And then do you also remember telling Mr. Levine and his investigator, I wanted him out of the way long term so we could be together?
I do remember saying that.
Okay.
Not on that date, I don't know, but I remember saying it to him.
Do you have any reason to suspect that that it wasn't that day?
I just don't remember what day it was.
Okay? And again, there's no recording, so there's no transcript, but I'm showing you
I'm sorry, I'll wait.
I'm showing you the report from that day to see if that alone refreshes your recollection as to when you made that statement to the defense.
I don't remember that date.
Your Honor, the first part of that, asked and answered several times, has become argumentative.
It's argumentative, sustained.
Just that first part.
I'm not striking the answer.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator during that February 8th interview that this was not a plan made well in advance?
If that's what it was said in there, yes.
Okay? And so that would also be a lie, correct?
That plan, not in advance, but plans in general, yes.
So again, that would be a lie when you told Mr. Levine and his investigator on February 8th that the plan to kill Fabio was not made well in advance.
That plan wasn't made well in advance.
So it's true, is what you're saying now.
I'm answering your question. that plan wasn't made in advance. There
Yet,
were
we
plans.
talked about the fact that you made a plan such that you purchased a knife, right?
Yes.
Took it with you to Vegas,
Yes.
right? Made arrangements for Chris Austin to come with you,
Yes.
drove to Vegas,
Yes.
and discussed the plan.
It was just to see if he would go along with it, the Vegas plan.
But again, that was the same plan, right? You were gonna kill Fabio Sementilli using a knife, right? It's the same plan.
It was the same plan, but it was nothing concrete.
Okay. So when you told them that it was not a plan made well in advance, that would be false, because as we discussed and you told the jury, you did this way back in July of 2016, correct?
I did what? Make a plan?
Yes.
No, it wasn't the same plan. It was something different.
It was,
But-
again, a plan to kill Fabio Sementilli that you hatched way back in the summer of 2016, correct?
It wasn't the same plan.
Okay. So you're saying that your statement to Mr. Levine and his investigator, this was not a plan made well in advance, is true. Is that your statement today to this jury?
Yes.
Okay. On February 8th, do you recall them showing you the video of the two joggers running toward the Sementilli house?
I don't remember the date, but I remember them showing me the video of the joggers.
And did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you were on the video?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also tell Mr. Levine during this interview that the fact that you drove a rental car that day was just a fluke?
I don't remember every portion of the conversation. If he put it on there, I said it.
Okay. You would agree, I assume, today that that statement that you gave to the defense was also a lie, right?
Sure.
And then you also said on that February 8th interview that you lied about some of the details relating to the murder in the letter.
Say that again one more time.
You lied only about some of the details relating to the murder in the letter.
When I was talking to Levine and Company.
Levine and Company, right?
Yes.
So that means some of the things in the letter were true.
Some of them.
Okay. Did you also tell Mr. Levine and Company that you had provided a ridiculous explanation for some of the details, such as the birthday card story?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
And did you also tell them that the birthday card story was bullshit?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
Does that sound like something you would have said?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
Okay. Well, you have no reason to believe that they would fabricate what you told them, right?
No, they wouldn't.
And then you also told them that you didn't want Monica to find out that you had intentionally murdered Fabio. Do you remember that?
If it's in there, then I probably said it.
Okay. Probably or did?
I probably said it.
So it doesn't mean that you did, right?
I probably did say it. I probably did say it.
Okay. And then on December 6th, during yet another interview, did you tell Levine and Company that once it was clear that Fabio was dead, you went through the house removing anything that might tie you to the scene.
I probably did say that too.
And did you also tell them that one of the items that you removed from the house was the birthday card?
I may have. I just don't remember.
So did you leave a birthday card there when you went to kill Fabio that day?
No.
So that was another lie that you told on December 6th to Levine and Company, right?
Probably.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to Levine and Company. I wish we were incorporated.
I understand that, but I'm not going to order counsel to refer to you in any other way.
I'm sorry.
I'm not going to order counsel to refer to Mr. Levine in any other way.
Okay. And did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you put the birthday card and the murder weapon into a pillowcase and took them along with the security VCR?
If that's what they said, I probably did.
What you probably did or what you did?
That's what I said was probably what I said, but what I did, no.
So again, that would be yet another lie that you told them on December 6th, correct?
Yeah.
2023.
Yes?
And then you told them you dumped all the items into a trash dumpster not far from the Ralphs.
Correct.
Is that part true? Or again, is that yet another lie?
That was a lie.
That was also a lie.
Yes.
Okay. It appears that at no point during this interview did you ever mention gold coins or documents. True?
Correct.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that if you saw the discovery, especially your texts and emails, it would help you reconstruct a timeline?
If I said that or not? Is that what you're asking me? I don't remember if I said that or not.
You don't remember if you said that?
No, I don't remember saying that. Meaning I can't remember saying it.
Right.
I don't have that photographic memory like that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that audio.
Your Honor, I would ask that the approach with the specific item that.
And that would be true. If you're going to try and refresh memory, it cannot be done like this.
Yeah, I'm
This
not
approach.
trying to refresh. I believe I'm impeaching based on the history of the last 3 days.
Well, Your Honor, I'm happy to have the
Stop.
entire.
Stop, both of you. You want to approach? You're going to approach.
Yes.
Looking at item number 24. You see that on your screen there?
Yes.
Baker said if he saw the discovery, especially his texts and emails, it would help him reconstruct a timeline of the day of the murder. Remember that?
I'm trying to remember what context it was used in. Was it before or after? I didn't know how, because we had that discussion.
Move to strike, non-responsive.
I see it on paper.
Do you remember saying this to Mr. Levine and his investigator?
I don't remember saying it, but I'm sure I did.
Okay.
I'd ask the whole number be introduced.
It's over.
Again, did you then also say that you never told your attorney what happened because you were waiting to see the discovery? Remember that?
Yes.
And that's because, again, as you've done here today numerous times, and the last several days since you've been testifying, you are attempting to construct a story around the evidence, correct?
Objection, next argument.
Sustain.
You also told Mr. Levine that you thought you might not be convicted, right?
Early on, that's what I thought, yes.
Okay. During this interview, the same interview that you're asking to see the discovery.
Yes, early on, yes.
Early on in what?
Early on, before I got me all over the place here. Before I pled out.
Before what?
Before I pled.
time that you pled, you realized that you would be convicted, and that was why you pled, correct?
That was a major part of it.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you didn't want to go to trial? I finally realized the outcome.
If he said it, I mean, if it's in there, I said it.
Okay? And did you also tell them during the February 8th of 2024 interview that you went to the Sementilli house that day to kill Fabio?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that Monica wasn't that happy in her marriage?
I think so.
You
I think
think
so.
so or you did?
No, I think so.
So you don't remember?
I don't remember every conversation on every particular day. I don't have all that information. I don't have nothing but a golf pencil and a piece of paper wherever I go.
Showing you this line here next to the number 31. Monica really wasn't that happy in her marriage. It's written there.
Okay.
So if it's written there, you said it, right?
I must have.
During the September 12th of 2023 and December 6th of 2023, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that the second person who went with you to the Sementilli house was Jaybird or Jalen?
Yes.
Did you also tell them during those two interviews that Jaybird or Jalen was someone you met playing basketball in the park?
Yes.
Did you tell them that the park was not far from Roscoe and DeSoto at a nearby taco truck?
Yes. Yes.
Did you provide any other information other than the name Jaybird or Jalen and the fact that he played basketball in the park?
I don't remember offhand. I might have, but I don't remember all the details of the conversation.
Again, during any of these 4 interviews, were your statements recorded in any manner?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we approach?
No.
Did you see anybody taking any notes?
Yes.
Who was that?
The private investigator.
Did you review his notes?
No.
Were they read to you to see if they were accurate?
No.
Okay. Was your attorney present at any of the 4 interviews?
No.
Did you speak to your attorney at all about the interviews that you gave to the defense?
No.
Did you call him to talk to him about the interview?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about your interview on February 14th of 2024. This would be the 5th version. Again, on that day, was your attorney present?
No.
Do you know how long the interview was?
No.
Okay. Do you recall being interviewed for just under 2 hours?
I don't remember the time.
Could it have been 2 hours?
It could have been.
Okay. Again, was any recording made?
No.
During this interview, did anybody take notes?
Yes.
Who was that?
Private investigator.
Okay. Do you remember telling them during this interview that you learned what Monica and her family were doing on the day of the murder during a routine conversation with Monica?
Yes.
Okay.
Now you have the number each time.
Do you also remember telling them that you believed there was a window of time when Fabio would be home alone?
Something like that.
Okay. That's what you told this jury, right?
Yes.
Did you also tell the investigator that it had never been a convenient time before then and this was a good window?
I probably said that.
Probably, or did?
I don't remember because I don't remember every conversation I've had.
During this interview, as opposed to what we talked about during your prior interviews, did you tell them that you first thought about killing Fabio several months prior to January of 2017?
I probably did.
Did you also tell them that divorce was not an option because Monica's family doesn't do divorce?
I probably said that too.
Okay. Did you also tell them that there would not have been a killing if Monica told you that a divorce was coming?
Sounds about right.
Did you tell them the ultimate goal of killing Fabio was so that you and Monica could be together?
Yes.
Okay. During this interview, did you also tell them that that morning you and Monica played racquetball? She hit you with her racket and it was bleeding bad.
Yes.
And that you stopped the bleeding using a towel, not a Band-Aid, a towel.
At first, yes. Use direct pressure.
Did you also tell them that you did not report your injury, but you cleaned up yourself?
Yes.
And that you used a Band-Aid from a small first aid kit that you kept in your bag?
Yes.
Did you tell them that Monica took the bloody towel home?
Yes.
During this conversation or this interview on Valentine's Day of 2024, did you tell Mr. Levine that after leaving the gym you made contact with Jaybird or Jalen and told him you knew how you guys could make some money?
I don't remember the date of the interview, but I remember saying something like that, yes.
And that you told this Jalen or Jaybird that you would burglarize a house in a ritzy area of Woodland Hills?
I probably said that.
And did you also tell them that you told Jaybird or Jalen that you made no mention to this individual Jaybird or Jalen of your plan to kill Fabio?
My mind was wandering. Sorry, one more time.
Did you tell Mr. Levine that you didn't tell Jaybird or Jalen that you actually planned to kill Fabio?
If it's in there, I probably said it, but I don't remember it.
Very well.
sorry, can I have the last question read back, please?
No, you can please ask them.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that after leaving the gym you contacted Jaybird or Jalen and told him that you would burglarize a house in a ritzy area of Woodland Hills?
I think so, yeah.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine that you told this individual, Jaybird or Jalen, that you would split between you whatever you took?
Yes, I was trying to accomplish something.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I was trying to accomplish something.
Okay. Move to strike the second half of the answer, Your Honor.
I'm gonna allow that to stay.
All right. And then, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you wanted somebody with you to serve as an extra set of eyes, and that was why you got this person, Jaybird or Jalen?
Yes.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you contacted Jaybird and you found out that he wouldn't be available until later that afternoon, and so you made a plan to pick him up at Quimby Park, Quimby? Did you say that to Mr. Levine?
Yes.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine that you picked up the car that Paula rented for you that day?
I probably did.
Did you tell Mr. Levine that the rental was going to be for 3 to 4 days?
Probably.
That was also a lie, right?
I don't remember the dates on all that stuff, but yeah, it probably incorrect or lies, one of the two. Because obviously the dates are wrong on the car, so that didn't.
You only had a rental from Paula for 1 day, right?
Thought it was more than that, but you say it was 1 day. It felt more like a couple, but I don't remember. It's a long time ago.
Again, all of those things that you told Mr. Levine and his investigator were lies, right?
Some of them were, and some were true.
Which part about contacting Jaybird and Jalen and making a plan to pick him up at Quimby Park to commit a burglary in a ritzy area of Woodland Hills where you'd split the proceeds was true?
None of it, because I was trying to accomplish something.
None of it was true.
On the JB part, anything with JB in it was made up.
JB.
Yes.
Is that the same as Jaybird or Jalen?
Yes.
Okay. During this same interview on Valentine's Day of 2024, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that Monica had told you a long time ago the family had upgraded their security system at the house?
I can't remember offhand. I'm sure I said it if he put it in there.
Okay. Did you also tell him that she gave you access to the video feed so she could wave at you if you happened to be watching?
I did say that.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator during this same interview that you checked the front door, but it was locked?
Like ever check it, or on the day of the murder?
Obviously, we're talking about the day of the murder.
I can't remember if I did or not.
Your Honor, for the speed things up, I will stipulate that every question starts with Mr. Levine and his investigator.
Thank you, but the people are free to ask a typical question.
Again, did you tell them that you checked the front door that day, but it was locked?
Yes, probably did.
And did you then tell them that you went around the side of the house?
Yes.
Did you tell them that you entered the house in the rear through an unlocked sliding glass door into Monica's bedroom?
I probably did, if I remember right.
Did you also tell them that your lookout waited outside to keep an eye out?
I probably did.
Did you tell them that you moved through the house looking for Fabio?
I probably did.
Did you tell them that you heard the TV from outside and that you realized Fabio was sitting outside by the pool?
I probably did.
Did you also tell them that you snuck toward a kitchen door that opened onto the patio where Fabio was sitting?
I probably did.
Did you also tell them you were carrying a hunting knife you brought with you?
I probably did.
Did you tell them that you rushed through the door at Fabio after you opened it?
I probably did.
At any point in time during this interview, did you mention that you went into the garage and turned off the power so that you could get Fabio to come inside?
I don't recall.
If I were to tell you that there's zero mention of that in any of the interviews, does that refresh your recollection?
Not really. I just don't remember
Okay.
all these conversations because I'm not writing them down.
Okay. They were, though, you said, right?
Yeah, they were, obviously. But I'm not.
So if I were to tell you that there's no mention of that in the report or the notes, turning off the power to get Fabio to come inside, would that be then a new version of the story that you told to this jury on the stand?
It's an additional part nobody ever asked before.
Got it. Did you tell them that Fabio tried to resist and you didn't have any wounds afterwards?
I don't remember the conversation. I don't remember the entire conversation.
Did you tell them that if it's in their report?
If it's in there, I must have said it.
Did you tell them that when you came back inside of the house,
I'm going to object. She did not read the entire statement.
You can do it then on redirect.
again, did you tell them that when you came back into the house, you saw that Jaybird had come inside the house?
I don't remember that. I don't remember the conversation, but if they wrote it, I probably said it.
And that would be a lie, right? Because there was no Jaybird.
There was no Jaybird.
There was no Jalen. Right?
Correct.
And then you said that Jaybird saw Fabio's bloody body and started to panic. That would be a lie as well, right?
Yes.
Did you also tell them that you saw a bloody towel in a plastic bag in the kitchen sink?
Yes.
Did you tell them that it was one of the towels you used to stop the bleeding that morning?
Yes.
Did you tell them that you grabbed the bloody towel from the sink and looked for bleach to clean up and found vinegar instead?
Something like that. It was bleach or vinegar. There was something to clean it with.
Okay. Did you tell them that you had the towel in your hand as you ran around the house looking for anything that looked valuable?
I think I told him I picked it up and put it in my pocket.
Okay. If I were to tell you that it specifically says you held the towel in your hand as you ran through the house, would that have been true?
No.
Would that have been what you told them?
I don't know. Maybe it was misunderstood or something.
Maybe it was misunderstood.
Maybe.
Either way, it's a lie.
Me having the towel and put it in my pocket? No, that's the truth.
What it says is you held the towel in your hand as you ran through the house. Would that be a lie?
Well, I needed both hands, so I couldn't keep it in my hand like that.
So again, would that be a lie?
Me having it in my hand, it would not be the truth. It wouldn't be accurate.
So it would be a lie.
It wouldn't be accurate.
And you said the plan was for the two of you to run back to where you parked the rental car, right?
Yes.
But rather than run the several blocks, you grabbed the Porsche keys from the kitchen counter, right?
It's not several blocks. It's a long way. But yes,
So if you said several blocks, would that have been another lie?
it's further than several blocks.
So again, that would be another lie that you said.
Inaccurate. That wouldn't be a lie. It's just trying to rehash everything, trying to think of everything.
Again, we talked about the difference between telling the truth and telling a lie last week. Do you remember that?
Your Honor, that's argument.
Sustained.
Did you tell them the truth or did you lie to them?
I told them the truth on that part.
You told them the truth, that you ran back several blocks to the car. That's the
No,
truth.
that wasn't the truth. No, that part wasn't the truth.
And then you told them that you saw the monitor on the kitchen counter, correct?
I can't remember.
Okay. Did you tell them the video box was clearly visible on the cabinet inside the garage?
Once you track the wires, yes.
Which wires were those?
Wires coming from, I guess, from the ceiling. You can't miss them.
Okay. So is there, at some point in the interview or in any of the interviews that you had with the defense, did you tell them about tracking wires?
We never talked about it.
Never.
I don't think so.
So again, that would be a new version that you brought up here on the stand, correct?
Argument.
I'm going to allow that.
A new version?
Yes.
Nobody asked, so I gave the information.
Objection, move to strike as non-responsive.
Stricken.
Again, would that be a new version that you told on the stand regarding the wires?
Define version for me, so I don't. Please.
Objection, move to strike as non-responsive.
Stricken.
I don't know what it means, so I can't answer that.
A new version, I think, is fairly self-explanatory. It's different from what you've said before.
Okay. Again, it is a new version.
And you're saying that there were wires coming out of the ceiling.
They came from, yes. They came from somewhere. You could see the wiring.
You could see wires. We'll find you a picture. Did you tell Mr. Levine and company that you pulled the video box out and threw it in a pillowcase?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
Did you tell them that the DVR box was about the size of an old-fashioned cable TV box?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
That would also be a lie, correct?
No, wouldn't be a lie.
Well, an old-fashioned cable TV box would be much too large to put into a pillowcase, correct?
Objection, that's calls for speculation and conclusion.
Sustained.
Many times.
Showing you Exhibit 7. There's an 18 in the lower left corner. See this?
I see the cabinet.
Yeah. You see any wires coming out of the ceiling or the walls?
There's some
or
wires back
anything
there
of that
somewhere. I see the
nature?
wires. I see the wires, and that was back
Well,
there.
those
in
are
the back.
the cords that you unhooked
That's
from
what I'm
the
talking
DVR.
about. Those are
But
what I'm
you
talking
said
about.
there were wires that
What do you
went
think
into-
cord is?
You said there were wires coming out of the ceiling, right?
Yep. It's argumentative. They're
Sustained.
arguing.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you drove the Porsche away from the house back to where you parked the Versa and Jaybird volunteered to get rid of the Porsche?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
That would be another lie, correct?
Yes.
You then told Mr. Levine and his investigator that that was the last time you saw Jaybird, correct?
Yes.
That would be yet another lie, right? Because there was no Jaybird.
No sworn statement. Yes.
No sworn statement.
Correct.
Okay, so that means it's not a lie.
That means it was a lie. That means I can lie because I'm not swearing to any of that.
Got it. And then you said you drove the rental car back to your apartment. Do you remember that?
Probably said, yeah, if it's in there, I said it.
And you said you washed up, got ready for work. Right?
Yep.
And you said you had no contact with Monica while you were inside the house, right?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
Okay. And I showed you earlier the message from her at 4:46, and we talked about that was when you were at the Sementilli, on the Sementilli property. Remember that?
I have no idea that message because I didn't have Viber anymore.
Got it. Well, you had it that day because
But
you
not
Vibered her.
then, but not at that time what you're talking about.
Jack, it does not mean that any message or call.
Stop it. Counsel, you're testifying now. I won't accept that. If it's an objection, if that's what you're saying, it's overruled.
What was the question again?
You told us earlier that the 4:46 message would have come while you were inside the Sementilli home. Remember, I showed you the time of the video,
Right.
the joggers,
Right.
and then you said you didn't have. You just told us you didn't have Viber anymore. At that
I was
point.
thinking about later.
Okay. And do you recall that actually, when you left the house and got to a place outside of the home, you messaged Monica back on Viber at 5:14 that day? Do you remember that?
I really don't remember that.
Okay. If you did, was that to tell her job done?
I don't even remember sending a message out.
Okay.
At what time was that? 5 what?
Showing you again what's been marked as People's 160. .446. Monica, as we talked about, messages you. The next message is at 5:14 in 30 seconds. You message her. Correct?
I'm probably in the porch still, or walking away from it right now. I don't even have a phone at that time, so I don't know how that came about.
So that was just sort of
I don't
maybe
know. I don't-
a Viber glitch.
That might be your glitch. I don't know.
Got it. You were communicating with her to let her know the job was done, right?
I wasn't communicating to say no job was done.
Okay. Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator you went to Target that day?
Yes.
Did you tell him that when you went to the Target, your plan was already in motion?
I probably did say that. I don't remember every part of this conversation with them. I don't.
Okay. Did you tell Mr. Levine in this version that you don't remember seeing Monica at the Target or in the parking lot, and it must have been a coincidence? Did you tell him that?
I don't remember the conversation.
If you did, as we talked about earlier when I showed you the photographs and the video, that again would be a group of lies, correct?
Yeah, if that's the case, yes.
And did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you may have just been killing time waiting in the parking lot?
If that's what was in the paper, yes.
Would that again be a lie?
Well, no, I could have been there. It might have been I was waiting for something because I was back there for just waiting for time.
Waiting for Monica. We talked about that earlier, right? She calls you, then she starts messaging you, and then you meet her, right?
That wasn't the plan at all.
I see. And then you said you were killing time because you knew your lookout wasn't available until closer to 4. Do you remember saying that?
I thought we're talking about that incident. I thought we were talking about the case. Okay. Yeah. Got
Yep.
you. I understand now. Yeah. That whole interview was probably shouted with all kind of inconsistencies on purpose. For a
Meaning
reason.
lies.
For a reason, yes.
Okay. And then you told Mr. Levine and his investigator that you didn't try to see or talk to Monica for several days after the murder, right?
If that's what he put down there, yes.
Okay. And that again would be a lie, right?
A lie for a reason, yes.
Okay. Well, every lie is for a reason,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. It
To
sure
mislead.
was. It was a reason.
That's overruled.
It
Correct?
Was, every lie for that day was a reason. It was a reason
Every
why.
lie that you ever told.
No,
is
for that
a
reason, for that day, yes.
And then, did you also tell Mr. Levine that you were worried that Monica was wearing a wire? Remember saying that?
It probably came up. If he wrote it in there, I probably said it.
Okay. That would be another lie, right? You didn't think Monica would be trying to record you, right?
Anything is possible at that point.
Okay. But you told us that you never told Monica that you committed this crime, and she never
That
asked.
doesn't mean that she may not be wearing a wire.
Got it. So you actually thought she might be wearing a wire.
Anything was possible. I trusted no one.
But the two of you got naked, so you would see that she wasn't wearing a wire, right?
It's argumentative and
It's overruled.
no foundation.
You mean naked where?
Excuse me. It's overruled.
Naked where?
Well, at your apartment,
Well, it's
at
obviously
Mr.
not.
Brown's apartment.
But on any day
At
when
a
there's clothes on
hotel.
right after the incident was happening, yeah, anything was possible. A wire could have been possible.
Okay.
And that's why I told him that.
Those would be additional lies, right?
If I'm lying, it's for a reason.
Right. We've established that. And then you said to Mr. Levine that you were afraid Monica would believe you had something to do with the murder.
I felt that way a couple of times.
Okay. Yet you never said or did anything to discuss it with her.
I sure was not.
Okay. And you said you also wanted Monica to come to you, not the other way around, correct?
If it's in there, that's what I said.
And that's what you did. You waited for Monica to come to you, correct?
Your Honor, could it be made clear what kinds?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to
No.
counsel continually speaking in front of the
There's no
jury.
foundation, it's
So-
speculation.
I don't even know where she's at half the time. She's bouncing all over the place, so I don't know either.
Move to strike whatever he just said, which was totally
Not
irresponsible.
responsive.
Do you also remember telling Mr. Levine and his investigator that you met Monica at a noisy bar in Glendale or Studio City because you were still worried about her being wired? Remember saying that?
Yes, some version of it, yes.
Okay. Would that again be
I don't remember
another
every
lie?
word. I don't remember every word we talked about. I'm sorry. I just don't remember every word.
Would that be another lie?
No.
And then you said Monica was happy to see you. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be the truth?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you also said that you and Monica never spoke about Fabio having life insurance, right?
Correct.
And that you didn't even care about life insurance, right?
I didn't.
And that you were aware that corporate executives get life insurance policies that are paid for by their employers, correct?
I just know they have insurance. I do know that. All that extra I don't know about.
Okay. So that would be true, right?
Correct.
And then at that point in time, did you request that they play for you a series of recorded conversations between the two of you and Monica?
I don't remember asking to hear it or anything, but I did hear the overhears.
Okay, so they
'Cause I
played
never-
the overhears.
Yeah, because I never heard them before.
Okay, so the overhears were played for you.
Well, not all of them, just pieces.
Okay.
Just pieces of them.
Okay. And then did you tell Mr. Levine you knew the police were listening to what was being said?
Most of the time, yes.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine that your offer to lie and take the blame was just showing Monica how much you loved her?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. And then you were asked why you waited almost 7 years before coming forward, and you said that you thought you would be acquitted. Is that right?
I don't. If they wrote it down there, that's what I said.
Again, in this February 29th, 24 interview, was your attorney present?
No,
And again, was this interview recorded?
not that I was aware of.
In this particular interview, did you promise Mr. Levine and his investigator that you would answer all questions honestly?
I probably did.
And once again, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator, after you promised to answer all questions honestly, that your crimey, the person you committed the crime with, was Jaybird or Jay?
Yes, trying to hide Austin's identity.
So the answer is yes. That's what you told them. Your crimey was Jaybird or Jay.
Yes, to hide Austin's identity.
So after promising them that you would answer all questions honestly, you then proceeded to lie, correct?
Yes.
Bless you.
Yes.
Did you also tell them that you always needed money?
Something's taken out of context here. I didn't always need money, but it's always good to have money. Yeah, so I always need money. Yes, I probably said that.
So again, not out of context, you probably said
I don't
that.
know where that came out. It just seems like it came from one section to another, so I don't know where that came from. So I probably said it.
Did you also tell them that, Jalen always needed money, or Jaybird or Jay?
I might have. I probably did. If he wrote it in there, I probably said it.
Did you describe this person, Jaybird or Jay?
I gave a description.
What was the description?
I don't remember.
Did you tell them that he was either brown-skinned or African-American?
I probably did.
Did you tell them that he was, you met him playing basketball?
I did say that.
Did you tell him that he was about 1 to 2 inches taller than you?
I remember
roughly.
I remember saying that.
Okay. Did you tell them that he was average?
I could have said that.
Did you tell them that you met him 1 to 2 years before the murder?
I probably said that.
Did you tell them that you picked him up there or nearby on the day of the murder?
I probably said that.
Would it be fair to say that all of this, again, was a completely manufactured story?
Everything with Jaybird was.
Did you ask Monica's lawyers whether they had filed anything to suppress anything?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember asking them, have they filed to suppress anything?
I can't remember that. I don't remember that.
Does that sound like something you would ask?
I can't remember if I said it or not. Anything could be possible when I'm thinking, yes. But I don't remember saying that.
Did you discuss with them that the DA believes you won't truthfully name the second person?
Yes,
And I was right, correct?
you were right. That time.
And then did you again tell them that you were telling the truth?
About Jaybird?
Did you again tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you were telling the truth?
I was telling the truth on some parts and not on the others. I don't know which one you're talking about, though.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you are going to tell the truth?
Oh, yes. In trial, I was.
No, in the interview.
Oh, I don't remember. I probably did. I don't know.
And once again, did you go on to lie to them?
I did. I was still trying to hide identity.
At that point, after telling them once again that you were going to tell the truth, did you tell them that you had no common friends with Jay?
I probably did.
did you tell them that Jay has no contact with Monica?
Yes.
Did you tell them that Jay was the lookout?
Yes.
Did you tell them the last time you saw Jay is when he jumped in the porch?
I think so. I think that's what I said.
Okay. Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you contacted Jay through an app?
Yes.
Which app was that?
It was a made-up app. It didn't exist. Jay didn't exist, remember?
Yeah, I get that, but I'm asking you what you told them.
Oh, I don't remember.
You don't know which app.
I don't remember what I told them. It wasn't.
Because it was a lie, so it's hard to
Jalen
remember.
was a lie, yes. I told
Right.
you that 50 times already.
And then you told him that you got something to make money, and you had his number, right?
Oh, Jalen?
Jalen, Jaybird, Jay,
Yes.
all lies.
Yes. Jalen's a made-up character.
And then at that point, did you also tell Mr. Levine that you cleared your phone after this, purged all your numbers in order to destroy it?
Yes.
And that was in order to destroy evidence, correct?
Yes.
At this point, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you parked 2 to 4 blocks from your apartment in the rental?
Yes.
That would again be a lie, correct?
Yes.
Did you also tell them that Jay was about 23 to 24 years old?
Yes.
Once again, another lie, correct?
To hide identity. Yes.
And at that point, did you admit to Mr. Levine and his investigator that the birthday card story was made up?
Yes.
Did you tell the investigator and Mr. Levine that everything is out on the table?
It might have said that. I just don't remember the exact words, but I might have said that.
Except you were still lying to them, correct?
Yes.
So everything wasn't on the table, right?
No.
And then at that point, you said you swore that you would tell the truth, correct?
I didn't swear anything.
You didn't?
I don't swear unless I'm going to court.
Did you tell them that you were going to tell the truth?
Yes.
Yet you continued to lie to them again, right?
Not on everything, but yes.
You told him Jay was clean shaven, right?
Jay is a made-up person, yes.
And Jay was from Houston, Texas.
Yes.
They asked you if you had sent a message to Monica on the following day after the murder saying you were sorry, and you said you don't remember doing that.
I don't.
Correct?
I don't remember.
You also told them that after the murder you got rid of everything, correct?
If that's what they said, that's what they wrote.
That's what
There's
you
a lot
said,
of
correct?
there's a lot of stuff in between that's missing. So
I'm going to object, move to strike as non-responsive.
Stricken.
Again, is that what you told them?
I don't remember. I'm pretty sure if they wrote it down there, I said it somewhere.
Okay. And then at that point, they told you that you were their most important witness, correct?
I don't remember that.
You remember them saying no witness is more important.
I don't remember that part of the conversation. But if they wrote it down, I guess that's what was said.
At that point, you were asked about Chris Austin, correct?
I don't remember offhand.
You don't remember that.
No, I don't remember a lot of the conversation. But if they said they did that, then it must have been done.
Do you remember telling them that Austin comes down approximately 2 times a year, sometimes around his birthday, and he has nothing to do with this?
I remember that part of the conversation, yes.
Again, more lies, correct?
No, that's true.
And you told them at this point that your testimony is official, correct?
If that's what they said. I don't remember all this part because it's a lot missing here.
Move to strike the last half as non-responsive.
Mr. Trigger?
Let's talk about the next interview. Version 8 on April 1st of 2024. Do you remember that interview?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I know it probably occurred.
Once again, on April 1st, was your attorney present?
No.
Was this interview recorded?
Not that I know of.
During this interview with the defense, did you tell them that being Mr. Levine and his investigator, that your lawyer told you about the DNA evidence,
Yes.
and that your attorney, before Mr. Simran, showed you a video of the 2 men jogging toward the Sementilli residence?
Yes.
During this interview, at any point in time, did you admit to Mr. Levine and his investigator that you had lied to them in all of your prior interviews regarding Jalen, Jaybird, and Jay?
I hadn't volunteered that, no.
At any point in time during that interview, did you talk to them about, or mention even, the gold coins?
The what?
Gold coins.
Oh, I don't think so, no.
Do you recall Mr. Levine and his investigator coming to interview you yet again on May 8th?
I don't remember the dates.
Okay. If I were to tell you that there was yet another interview on May 8th,
Yet another interview and argument.
Then it's over with.
does that refresh your recollection?
That we had interviews? We had interviews.
That you were interviewed yet again on May 8th of 2024, version 9.
I don't remember the dates. I don't have nothing but golf pencils.
Okay. During this interview, was it recorded?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was your lawyer present?
No.
Okay. During this interview, again, did you correct your prior lies about Jaybird, Jalen, or Jay?
No.
During this interview, did you mention anything about the gold coins?
No.
in November of 2024.
Yes, kind of. I know it was later in the year.
Okay? And do you recall, again, being spoken to at this point in time, and you were told by Mr. Levine that Austin had been arrested and extradited to Los Angeles?
Yes.
Again, was your lawyer present during this interview?
No.
Was it recorded?
Not that I know of.
During this interview, did you ask to hear the statements you had previously made?
That I previously made?
Yes. Did you ask Mr. Levine and his investigator to hear your prior statements?
I don't recall that.
Okay. If it says that in the interview notes, would that be true? You wanted to hear your statements, obviously, right?
You
told
wanted to
us
hear
that?
my statements?
Yeah, you wanted to hear recordings of your own statements.
Recordings? You mean over here?
That misstates the evidence.
Yeah, I don't know what I don't. I'm like I said, it's important to know what was being said beforehand.
Move to strike as non-responsive.
Second.
I have no idea exactly the contents of what we were talking about at that time. I really don't know.
Were any statements played for you?
Statements, no. No audio was played.
Were any transcripts provided to you?
I don't think there were. I don't
You don't
remember.
think?
I don't remember.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Can we approach?
All right.
Mr. Baker, yesterday we left off talking about I think it's the 10th interview that you had on November 12th of 2024. You remember that?
I remember we were talking about it, yes.
Okay. And remember that I asked you if you had asked to hear statements played for you, and you said the statements that you asked to be played were those of Mr. Austin.
Right, and they wouldn't let me hear it.
Okay. But you told us that portions of his statements were read to you.
Yes.
Okay. What statements were read to you?
I don't remember the statements verbatim.
Okay, well, give us the gist.
That he had a there was a Perkins operation.
It's a Perkins operation.
That's the part I heard about talking to another cellmate,
I see.
and it was kind of nothing really. It was nothing. It was nothing really.
It was nothing.
That made me want to remember it. So all I remember was a Perkins, and the stuff they read to me was nothing. It wasn't even worth for me to remember. So I can't remember what was exactly said. It was
I see. Well, did you ask to hear certain types of statements?
no. I wanted to hear. I asked him. I wanted to hear everything.
Wanted to hear everything.
That's what I asked him to. If I
Why
could hear
did
it,
you want to hear everything?
so I can hear what he's saying.
So you could again frame your answers around what he said?
Objection, that's argumentative.
I'm going to allow this.
No. Well, no.
And during this interview, did you again tell Mr. Levine that you were going to be truthful?
I don't recall.
Well, if that's what was written, Baker said that he understood and agreed to provide truthful information. Does that refresh your recollection?
Not really, but I don't recall. If he said it, it was in the paper. I probably said it.
Because again, as we talked about yesterday, you wanted them to use you, to call you as a witness, and so you wanted to tell them what they wanted to hear, correct?
Not 100% correct. No.
Okay. So you didn't want to tell them the truth.
I did regarding the actual connection between me and Monica. I did. Anything with dealing with JB and Chris, not yet.
Well, on this date, you changed your story up after hearing that Austin was arrested and that you were provided with portions of his Perkins operation, right?
Or whatever was read to me, yes.
Okay. And so your new version was you admitted that Austin was Jaybird, correct?
I can't remember. Eventually I did, yes. Eventually. I just can't remember. Was it that day? I don't remember. But I did admit to it.
Do you need me to show you the report?
Not really, because I didn't write the report, so I don't know.
Okay. So after you listened to them tell you about what Austin said in his Perkins operation, you then told them that Austin was Jaybird, correct?
I eventually told them, not knowing nothing about this report or all that, I did eventually tell them, yes, he was Jaybird.
Okay. And I know you haven't read the reports. You told us that they never gave them to you to see if they were correct, right?
Correct.
And they never showed you the notes if they took any of what you said.
Correct.
And you told them that you had lied about Austin because you were trying to protect him, correct?
Correct.
And you told them that after the murder, Austin was in a bad way. Remember that?
Yes.
And that you tried to keep him calm,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also went on to tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you never spoke, Austin never spoke to Monica, correct?
I can't remember that specific item. I don't remember the whole conversations.
Okay.
I'm not writing them down. or
Do you
nothing.
remember telling them that except there was a brief conversation in Los Angeles?
I don't remember the conversations they had with me verbatim like that.
Okay. Showing you the portion of that statement. Looking here at number 9, you see this? As far as he knew, meaning you, Austin never spoke to Monica Sementilli. Remember that?
Not really, but if it's there,
Austin did briefly meet Monica in Los Angeles, but it was a simple hi, hello, nice to meet you. Remember that?
I don't remember directly, but I'm sure I said it.
Okay. And then did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that this time where Monica met Austin in Los Angeles was way before you even thought about the murder? Do you remember that?
No, not offhand.
Looking at the next line, number 10, you see where it says, that was way before Baker said he even thought about the murder. He believes it was 3 months after he and Monica started their affair. Does that sound like what you told them? This was just last November.
I can't remember what I did yesterday.
Okay. And, well, you were here.
Yeah, I know that part. I know that much.
So, again,
I don't know
if it's
the. I
in
don't.
the report, it would be something you said, right?
We really didn't pull out. No.
So it would be a lie?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay.
It's just general discussion. We were just talking.
Okay. Well,
They and myself.
but
So,
here it's reduced to writing.
and it was their writing exactly.
Right.
Okay.
So did you say that?
I don't remember saying all that. I don't remember saying. I don't remember the discussion verbatim like that. I really
You don't remember that?
I don't remember this discussion verbatim like that. I don't.
And then you said that same day, Baker had to go to Monica's house to pick up something. He believes it had something to do with racquetball, and Austin came with him. You remember that?
I know. No, I don't remember the verbatim discussion like that. But I do remember we talked about something like this. I don't remember exactly how the verbiage went.
Okay. Well, I showed you that the words way before are actually in quotes, right? So that means it would be attributable to you, right?
I didn't write this report, so
I understand that, but you gave statements on numerous occasions,
Yeah.
right?
I gave statements. Yes, I have.
So you're saying that you have no recollection of saying those things.
I'm not saying I just can't remember. I might have said it. I just can't remember verbatim discussion of this, all of the whole discussion. I just don't have it in my head and have it written down like
Okay.
that.
And then, did you also tell Mr. Levine that Austin would meet you in Las Vegas a couple times a year? Months prior to the murder on one trip. Like we talked about here in July of 2016.
I remember talking to him about going to Vegas with him.
Okay? Months prior to the murder?
I didn't talk. I don't remember if it was a timeline discussed.
Okay, well,
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just said I just don't remember it.
Now we're looking at number 12. See that?
I see the report.
Months prior to the murder. Is that something that you told them?
If they said, if they wrote it, I probably said it somewhere.
Okay. And then did you tell Austin that here it has Baker in parentheses so we know who he's referring to, would possibly meet Monica while the two men were there? However, you and Monica did not meet. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Again, is that something that you told them?
Sounds like it.
So that part you do recall.
Yeah, it sounds like something I would say.
Okay.
I just don't remember the exact verbiage.
so now, putting all of those in context, does that remind you that you talked about with Mr. Levine that Austin briefly met Monica in Los Angeles?
So we're going back over that.
Yeah, we are.
Read that again. Say that. Ask the question one more time, please.
Austin briefly met Monica.
Objection is misreading the.
It's overruled.
It says Austin did briefly meet Monica. Is that what you said?
In Vegas or somewhere else?
In Los Angeles. I showed
Oh,
it to
okay.
you.
Yeah, it may have happened. Could have happened at LA Fitness. And yeah, could have happened.
LA Fitness.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I did bring him to the gym.
And then you said that was way before you even thought about the murder. Remember saying that?
I don't remember this discussion, but I may have said it.
You may have said it.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you believed it was 3 months after you and Monica started your affair.
That could have been the discussion.
Okay. And that same day, Baker had to go to Monica's house to pick up something. Tell him that part too.
I don't really recall that.
That part you don't recall.
No, I really don't. I don't remember this whole discussion.
Okay. And you believe that it had something to do with racquetball. Does that change your answer at all?
I don't remember the whole discussion. I really don't.
And Austin came with you.
We probably discussed it somewhere along the line. I just don't remember
Okay.
the exact verbiage.
But again, you told the jury all this the other day.
Yeah, I'm telling the same thing. I don't remember the exact verbiage.
Okay. Do you remember telling Mr. Levine that you told Austin he might meet Monica while you were in Las Vegas?
I don't remember that discussion either.
Looking at number 12, Baker told Austin that you would meet Monica while you guys were in Las Vegas.
Objection, Your Honor, she left out the word possibly.
Okay? Possibly meet. It's right on the screen, right? And then you go on to say, but you guys did not meet, right? You and Monica didn't meet in Las Vegas.
But we did meet, though.
Yes, that's what you told us yesterday. So again, when you were telling this to Mr. Levine and his investigator, was that yet another lie?
I don't remember the verbiage, so I might have said it. I might have said what I just told you just now. Maybe they miswrote it or something. But I did remember seeing her briefly in Vegas.
Actually, you told us on 2 occasions at the
It was
Aria.
briefly. Yes, briefly, very brief.
Nevertheless, what you told Mr. Levine was the opposite, right?
I don't remember saying all that to Mr. Levine
Okay.
like that. I remember telling him that I did go to Vegas and
You
we
did.
did meet.
Okay. Just like you told the jury, right?
I'm telling you.
The jury.
Well, and the jury too.
We're all here, right? It's being
We're
written
all
down.
here.
Same
Yes.
thing that's been happening for the last several days.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
And then you also told Mr. Levine that Austin never stabbed Fabio, right?
Correct.
And he did not hold him down.
Correct.
Can you think of why Austin would make himself more guilty rather than less guilty, as you said you tried to do?
I haven't talked to Mr. Austin, so I don't know.
Do you remember also saying on direct exam when Mr. Levine asked you questions that when he asked if Austin stabbed Fabio, you said it all makes sense now that he had done that. Do you remember saying that?
I might have said it. If I remember everything before it was said, I could probably put it together, but these little phrases I can't remember. I can't put it together.
Little phrases. It goes to the details of what you have told the jury and what you did.
No, we're talking about
Sustain.
We're talking about what actually occurred when you murdered Fabio Sementilli.
yes.
Okay.
I agree with
And you
that.
told us that you don't remember Austin being out there, but he was moving around and you had blacked out and you don't remember the details.
Yes, I remember that.
Do you also remember telling Mr. Levine and his investigator that Austin was never out on the patio?
During the murder, yes.
At any point in time during
I
that
didn't.
day?
We didn't discuss all that. He asked me. I think it was about the murder.
Okay. Well, the day of the murder, did you tell them that Austin was never outside on the patio where and when the murder took place?
There's something missing out of this.
Let's look at number 14. This is what we just talked about. Austin did not stab Fabio, nor did he hold him down. Baker said he alone stabbed Fabio. Austin's job was to be a lookout. Baker said that Austin was never outside on the patio where/when the murder took place. Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Mr. Levine and his investigator?
Yes.
Again, Austin in this case was able to give numerous details about the patio area. Did you ever tell him what the patio looked like, or what the crime scene looked like, or what had happened on the patio with Fabio, such that he would know the details?
No, I never talked to him.
And then you went on to tell Mr. Levine that Austin knows next to nothing about the actual killing and why you did it, correct?
I can't remember, but if it's in there, I probably said it.
Okay. You also told Mr. Levine that Austin was not told they were going to kill Fabio when they went to the house. That would be a lie, right?
Say again?
That would be a lie.
No, the beginning part. The beginning part again.
You never told Austin that you were going to the Sementilli house to commit a murder.
I could have said that.
That would be a lie,
Yeah,
correct?
I could have said that.
Again, that would be a lie, correct?
Yeah, I just didn't want to give him any evidence, that's all.
So again, this is after you said you knew that Austin had been arrested and interviewed, and so you weren't trying to protect him anymore, but yet you still lied to Mr. Levine and his investigator.
I was still trying to protect him.
So rule.
Correct?
I'm still trying to protect him, yes.
Still trying to protect him.
Mm-hmm.
Because the truth is, he did know, right? You told him.
That he was going to be a lookout, correct?
For a murder.
Yes.
Okay. And then you said that you only told Austin you were going to rough up Monica's husband because he had mistreated her. Is that again yet another lie?
I did say that.
Okay. Again, another lie?
Yeah, another protection lie, yes.
How does claiming the victim mistreated Monica protect Austin?
The whole not giving information about Austin was my intent because I knew it was going back to you.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Stricken.
Again, how does saying Monica's husband mistreated her protect Austin?
Possibly gives him a way out, some wiggle room somewhere in the future.
Wiggle room for what?
Anything. Anything.
Explain to us on how trying to dirty up the victim with a lie somehow protects his killers?
I really can't. It would be too. You wouldn't let me explain it if I tried.
I've asked you multiple times now to do so, sir. You have the opportunity right now to explain how trying to dirty up Fabio with a lie somehow protects
As far as
you
dirtying up,
or Austin.
as far as dirtying up Fabio, I wasn't really trying to do that as much as you say it was. That part about what was going on with her and him, I still couldn't put my finger on. I really think there's something going on. There was something going on there the whole time. I
In
just
your
didn't know what.
mind, you think there was something
In my
going
mind,
on?
yes. In my mind, yes.
Okay. And is that, again, another lie that you are, again, telling to the jury to try and dirty up a completely innocent man who was slaughtered by you sitting on his back patio?
I'm just telling you the truth now. I'm swore to this now, so I'm swearing to it. I swore to it, as I'm telling you. I just felt that way. I really
You
did.
felt that way.
Yes, I did.
Did Monica tell you that Fabio was abusive, had mistreated her, or had done anything other than provide her with a lavish lifestyle to be able to do whatever she pleased?
Her actions did.
Her actions did. I see. Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigators that at that point you told Austin to get into the passenger seat of the Porsche
I probably told them that.
and that you drove it away?
I probably told them that.
Okay. And then did you also tell them that as you drove away, you already heard sirens?
I probably did. As
That
I'm
would
driving
be a lie,
away.
correct?
That would be a lie? That I didn't hear sirens? I heard sirens, so nothing. I can't prove I heard it, but I heard sirens.
Okay. Do you remember telling Mr. Levine, contrary to that convoluted story we've been hearing about for the last couple days, that after you parked the Porsche, you and Austin walked to the rental car from there?
That is argumentative.
I'll allow this.
Yes.
During this 10th interview on November 12th, was this the first time that you brought up gold coins?
Most likely.
When you say most likely, do you recall, again, contrary to what you've testified to, telling Mr. Levine that the gold coins were in the house?
Contrary.
Not on the patio.
Question one more time, but the contrary thing threw me off for a second. Can you state the question again?
Do you remember telling Mr. Levine, contrary to what you've testified to here, that the gold coins were in the house?
Yeah, they were in the house. The property, the house, yes.
In the house,
The
not on the patio. Two different places.
we didn't. I don't remember talking about that specifically.
You don't remember.
I don't remember talking about that specifically. I can't remember that. I can't remember.
Gold coins were in-house. Remember saying that?
I remember having a discussion, and it was fast, and we were just talking like normal people, not analyzing every syllable. So it could have been.
So were the gold coins in the house? Were they out on the patio in that detailed explanation that you gave us about how they were in the ground, in an envelope with documents, and one coin
sorry.
sticking out? Which
The
one is it?
argumentative and the patio house don't have to be different.
I'm sorry, counsel, that's not true. And your objections were ruled.
When I'm telling them what happened, we're talking about it fast, and it's just going. We're in general I'm making general statements as I'm talking. Like I said, I'm not analyzing every word to make sure it's going to be 1,000% correct. It just didn't work like that. We were just talking, and he was just jotting down notes, and I'm not paying attention at all.
Well,
So,
he wrote down what you said.
What?
Gold coins were in-house. So that's what you said.
no, like I said, I don't remember that. We're having a general discussion about what was taken and all this stuff, and a lot of the stuff was on the counter in the house. So maybe that was got.
So now the gold coins might have been on the
No.
counter in the house?
I'm saying that I took everything off the counter, off the drawer, off the dresser drawers, where the jewelry box was. So everything was quick. Everything was fast.
I know.
Again, like I said, I was telling a quick story, not worrying about every little syllable. So yeah, it could be that way, but when you play it back and you have to.
I can't play it back because it was
No.
never
I'm just
recorded.
saying if I had to play it back and think about it again, I would probably present it all differently, knowing I would be on trial for what I said again.
Well,
to
you
them.
knew that you were going to be coming into trial to testify. That was the whole point of them coming to talk
I
to
would
you.
have slowed the story down a little bit and been more
but you
exact.
knew that. You did know that.
No, I
They
didn't
told
know it
you
was
that
gonna
was the
be-
whole point.
All right, one at a time, please.
They told you.
Okay.
That was the whole point of them interviewing you, to get your story down so that they would know what to ask you about when you got on the stand, right? And they told you over and over they wanted you to tell the truth.
They didn't tell me over and over and over and over. They didn't. They just
They
said,
didn't?
let's
Mr.
talk
Levine
about.
didn't say that at
let's
every
talk
single
about,
interview? We just want the truth?
They did say that.
Didn't they?
They did. I'm
I wasn't there, you were. And it's not
Yes.
recorded, so you tell us.
trying to.
Okay. What you've told this jury is that the gold coins were outside, right?
That was my sworn
Your
statement.
sworn statement, right? I
Yes,
know.
that's my sworn statement.
But yet, what you told Mr. Levine and his investigator is that the gold coins were in the house.
It's a general discussion, not a sworn statement. Yes.
Got it. So you lied to them, but your testimony here was true.
No, I just told them in general sequence what happened fast, not analyzing like this.
Got it. Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you drove the rental car with Austin back to your apartment?
I probably did.
So which would be true? That you left him at a bowling alley with the rental and then you walked home? That you drove the rental back to the apartment, or some other version?
The sworn statement I gave you is the truth.
The sworn testimony.
Yes.
The one where you went back and forth with respect to the bowling alley, maybe not the bowling alley. Correct? That one?
I'm giving you the sworn statement I gave then and now.
right, so what you told them again, going back to the apartment in the rental car to change for work, that would be a lie?
No, that was the truth.
That was the truth. Now, did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you subsequently took Austin to the flyaway and told him that you could either take him to the flyaway or he could call a car service to take him to LA?
Yes.
And you knew Mr. Austin had no money. You had to even give him money to fly out, right? We talked about that over the last several days.
He had some kind of money. He had money.
He had money that you gave him.
He had money of his own also, I'm sure.
You're sure?
Well, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure.
Were you as sure that he had money as you were that you had money?
Say that again?
Are you as sure that he had money as you were that you yourself had money?
I'm sure he had some money.
Okay. And so you told him he could take a car service, right?
I wouldn't use that type of verbiage with Austin, but
Did you use that type of verbiage with Mr.
could have.
Levine
I
and
could
his
have,
investigator?
like a taxi or something. It's a car service.
Car service.
Yeah, could be a taxi or anything.
Okay.
Just basically get to anyway.
Did you say car service, taxi service,
I don't
or
remember the
anything?
exact verbiage. I don't remember the exact
If I were
words.
to tell you, you said car service. Does that sound like
I wouldn't remember. I might have said it.
you might have said it?
Yeah, I just don't remember.
Okay. And then you told him to go back to Alaska as soon as he could, right?
I remember saying something like that.
And that was because he told you that he had just gotten a ticket in the rental car, right? So you wanted him to get out of town quick.
It has nothing to do with the ticket, no.
Oh, it doesn't. It had nothing to do with the ticket.
No.
Okay. Well, right before you talked about this, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that Austin told you he had just gotten a seatbelt ticket?
He did. I did tell him that.
And you told him to pay it off as soon as possible so the ticket wouldn't remain in the system.
Yes.
Okay. And then you said that you drove him to the flyaway and you gave him a choice to either drive him to the flyaway, take the car service to LAX, and that you told him to go back to Alaska as soon as he could. Yep.
I don't remember the exact verbiage, but yeah, that was pretty much it.
Okay. And then did you also give Mr. Austin money to purchase a burner phone?
He had money.
Okay.
I just told him to get a burner phone eventually, somewhere in there.
So the two of you could communicate, right?
Right.
Secretly.
That's what burner phones are.
So that you could talk about the murder and keep him up to date on the investigation, correct?
Now, just to keep in touch with him in general about anything.
Well, if
I just
you
want
were-
to get his state of mind.
If you were keeping in touch in general, you wouldn't need a burner phone, right? You could talk the way you had before.
Not really, no.
Why not?
I don't want to be in touch with him on the grid anywhere.
I see. On the grid. Okay. You wanted to make sure that you were able to keep the communication secret.
I want to keep my communication with him secret as possible.
The same reason that you provided Monica with burner phones so that you could keep your communications off the grid.
That's what burner phones are for.
Do you remember telling Mr. Levine and his investigator that you drove the Porsche to the spot where it was later found, walked from there to Ventura Boulevard, and took a bus back to where you left the rental car?
Yes, I remember that.
So would that be true, or is the story you told to the jury the truth?
That's the truth.
Which one?
The one I told to the jury definitely is.
Okay, definitely. Not the one you told to Mr. Levine.
That one was the truth also, according to that statement, yes.
Well, the problem is that you never mentioned the bus.
To
in
where?
your-
Oh, here? No one asked.
Oh no, I asked. We've gone through, as you accused me of yesterday, in a lot of detail as to what you did, how you got there, where you went. We've gone over this in detail numerous
There's
times.
nothing wrong with me telling you I took a bus, so I don't see why I wouldn't tell you.
I see. But you didn't, is the problem. So again,
Objection, that's argument.
Sustain.
did you take a bus to get home, or did you walk, or did you take some other vehicle?
I took a bus from Ventura
Took a
to
bus.
where the car was to get home.
You also mentioned to Mr. Levine that when you went through your apartment, you threw out anything you thought belonged to Monica and anything that might tie you to her, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not clear out your Dropbox, correct?
My Dropbox. You in my house?
Your Dropbox.
In my house?
You know what a Dropbox is, sir.
I've got to be sure with you, because we went from my house to something else.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Sustain and stricken.
Again, you did not clear out your Dropbox.
What Dropbox?
Yours. I can't be more specific than that.
What do you mean a Dropbox?
You have a Dropbox that contained numerous photos
Oh.
of you and Monica.
My internet
Does
now.
that ring a
Internet.
bell?
The internet now we're talking about. Yeah, I thought we were talking
No,
about
it's
the
not
house.
the internet. It's called Dropbox.
I know, but
Objection, Your Honor. He's answered the question.
Yes, then you'd be an argumentative. Sustain.
You didn't clear out the Dropbox.
no.
But you told Mr. Levine that you cleared out everything that would tie you to Monica. So that would also be false.
In my
correct?
house, yes. But we didn't talk about a Dropbox.
Okay. Let's talk about the next interview that you had with Mr. Levine. Number 11, this would be on January 9th of this year, 2025, from 10:15 to 11:20. Remember that?
Not offhand, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. This happened at MCJ. Remember that?
Yes, everything happened in, I think,
No, it
was
did
it,
not.
what was it?
You
Hang
told
on,
us
hang on.
yesterday that the other
Hang on,
interviews
hang on,
took place at NCCF in Santa Clarita. You remember that?
Yes.
This one was at MCJ.
Okay.
Remember that? This
Yes.
year,
Yes.
January 9th. Got it?
I don't remember the day, but yes.
Again, was this interview recorded?
As far as I know, no.
And at this point, Mr. Levine told you that Austin took a plea deal and pled guilty to second-degree murder, correct?
I recall that.
Okay. And you were also told by Mr. Levine that his plea deal was contingent on him saying what the DA believed was the truth. Remember him saying that?
Something like that.
Did he ever tell you that actually that wasn't true? What was true is that what he testified to had to be truthful because that would be evaluated by the judge.
Objection. That's argumentative.
Sustained.
and contested.
Did he ever tell you that what Mr. Austin had to do was tell the truth because it would be evaluated by the judge?
No, he didn't tell me any of that.
He didn't tell you that. At this point, were you also told about the fact that Mr. Austin told law enforcement about the attempted murder of Fabio Sementilli the night before the murder, which would have been Sunday, January 22nd?
He probably did tell me.
I'm sorry?
He probably did tell me.
Well, that was the first time that they told you that they knew about the attempt on Fabio's life the night before you actually killed him, right?
It was talked about somewhere in there. I just don't remember what day it was.
Well, you never brought it up in any of your
I can't
interviews.
recall. I just can't recall.
Okay. If I were to tell you that you never brought it up with Mr. Levine, does that refresh your recollection?
Not really. I'll just have to take everybody's word for it because that I don't remember. It's too many details.
Do you remember Mr. Levine also telling you that it wasn't something you could lie about because there was forensic evidence placing you near the location of that attempted murder?
I don't remember saying that.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember saying that.
You don't remember him saying that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That misstates what is written there, and if she's going to please approach briefly.
All right.
do you recall Mr. Levine telling you that there was forensic evidence linking you to that location where the attempted murder happened the night before?
I don't remember.
You don't?
I don't remember him saying that. I just can't recall it.
Looking at number 4, do you see this?
Yes.
Again, do you remember being told that there was forensic evidence placing you near the location of the attempted murder?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that?
I don't.
Okay. Isn't it true that it was only after Mr. Levine said that you finally admitted to this attempted hit on Fabio Sementilli the night before you killed him?
Could have been. I just don't recall it.
So would it be fair to say that when Mr. Levine asked you to tell him the truth, in all of the prior interviews, you were not?
Correct.
Once you knew that there was actual forensic evidence proving you were at a location, that was when you finally decided to come clean about the attempted hit, right?
You could say that.
At that point, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you and Austin planned to kill Fabio the night before as he left a restaurant on Ventura Boulevard?
I did finally tell him about it.
Okay. And did you also then, after being told about the forensic evidence and Mr. Austin being truthful about what happened, tell Mr. Levine that you learned Fabio was going there doing a routine conversation with the defendant, Monica?
I believe so. But without the forensic evidence part.
I'm sorry?
Everything is true, but that forensic evidence part, I still don't remember that.
So, you just happen to have a routine conversation 2 days in a row where the defendant told you where Fabio Sementilli would be so that you could kill him.
I know where he's going to be and where she's going to be. Not every time, but I pretty much know where everybody's doing every time we talk because she lets me know her day. This was routine.
But you also told us that you had no idea that there was a housekeeper that had come to the house on Monday.
No, I didn't know that.
So you didn't really know about what everybody was doing.
Not about the housekeeper, no.
And did you also tell Mr. Levine that you remembered that Monica said this about Fabio going to a restaurant at some point previous?
I'm not sure it was saying or texting. It's probably texting more than saying.
Texting via Viber.
Has to be Viber, yes.
Because again, you don't want people to know what the two of you are texting about, right? That was the
No.
point of using Viber, because it was encrypted.
No, it's using Viber is just a good way to. No, it was absolutely not.
Oh, now it was not. So what you told
No, it was
the
absolutely
jury...
not used to be secret. Well, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. It was just Viber because we use Viber all the time, like millions of other people.
Uh-huh. Okay. But millions of other people aren't plotting a murder.
You know, but they still use Viber.
It's his thing.
Okay. So you're telling the jury that at some point Monica just happened to mention to you that Fabio was going to a specific location to pick up food that night.
She mentions everything.
Everything.
Where what's
Everything.
going on all the time.
And so you just happened to be lucky in getting to that location before he got there.
Again, I got an indication. I know the GPS. Yes.
Well, you told us earlier that you didn't really look at the GPS because you left your phone home that night so you wouldn't be traced, right? So it really
We
didn't
used-
have anything
we
to
used it.
do with the GPS.
I said I had a burner phone, but I don't remember using it that day. I don't remember. I can't remember. But usually I always track them that way. I track the cars.
Do you, on this interview, January 9th of this year, do you remember telling Mr. Levine and his investigator that what Austin had described happening was correct that night? That you
Probably-
went to this strip mall in order to kill Fabio.
I probably said something like that somewhere.
Okay. And that when you heard from the defendant, from Monica, that Fabio was going to pick up food from a Chinese restaurant, that your thought was, let me go get this guy.
Yeah, I probably said something like that to them.
I'm sorry?
I probably had said something like that to them.
Okay. During this same interview where you were told that Austin talked about what had happened on the night of January 22nd of 2017, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you're the only one who knows everything?
Yes.
But yet you wanted to hear Austin's interview, correct?
Yes.
Even though you knew everything. Right?
Yes.
And on this day, were you provided with a recording of Austin's statements that he made here in Los Angeles regarding the January 22nd, 2017 attempt to kill Fabio?
I never heard any audio.
Were you provided with a transcript?
No one provided me a transcript.
Were you read anything regarding his interview about January 22nd of 2017?
I don't remember what dates, but there was pieces of some type of transcript read to me, pieces of it, and I don't remember what day it was.
Regarding the January 22nd
I don't
attempted
know.
murder?
No, I don't know about. No, it was just information off a transcript. It was like being read, scanned quickly, and so I really wasn't paying attention like that. So
You
I
weren't
don't know.
paying attention to the thing that you had asked to see.
No, not at that time, because it wasn't. It didn't sound like anything.
It didn't sound like anything.
Yeah, it didn't sound anything. No, it didn't sound like anything. I don't remember even what was being read to me. I really don't.
Okay. But you recall there being pieces of his transcript being read to you.
Yes. And I don't even know what day it was. It was only one time. It was, I think it was just one time in CJ when it was read to me in pieces. And I couldn't even hear him.
You couldn't hear
I
who?
really couldn't. No, I really even couldn't hear him. 'Cause
Weren't they sitting right next to you?
they were sitting in front of me, in front of a glass and mesh, so and he was kind of mumbling, so I didn't really hear it.
Did you tell them I can't hear you?
No.
Can you talk louder since it was something that you really wanted to hear about?
No, time was winding out, and I knew it wasn't even worth listening to, so no, I didn't. I don't even know what day it was, which day that was.
Okay. Did you tell Mr. Levine during this interview that you came through the backyard where Mr. Sementilli was smoking a cigarette?
It was one of the interviews. I don't know which one it was.
Okay. Or a cigar?
He was smoking something, but I'm sure it was a cigar.
Smoking something, but you're sure it was a cigar. Why are you sure it was a cigar?
Because I
when you
don't
previously...
because I don't remember exactly what it was, but I know he was smoking something, and I'm sure it was a cigar.
So now you're sure it was a cigar.
Yeah, because he only smokes cigars, from what I understand.
How do you know that?
Because she told me this.
She being Monica.
Correct.
Did you ever tell Al Birdsong that you were going to go to a country that had no extradition?
I don't remember that.
No?
I don't remember that.
Did you ever tell him that Monica was going to pay you $25,000 to kill her husband?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely not.
Okay. So you said absolutely not regarding that answer, but when I asked you if you told Al Birdsong that you thought you were going to get out and that you were researching countries that had no extradition to the United States, your answer to that was, I don't remember. Does that mean you might have said that to him?
About the 25,000, absolutely not.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Mr. Trigger.
Again, did you tell Al Birdsong that you were researching countries that had no extradition to the United States for when you got out?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember. So you might have.
I don't remember ever saying nothing like that.
Okay. Did you tell Al Birdsong that Monica was shopping during the murder?
No.
Did you tell Al Birdsong that Monica called to tell you when no one would be there but Fabio?
No.
Did you tell Chris Austin the same thing?
No.
Did you ever tell Al Birdsong while you were in jail that you wanted him to be your investigator so he could see all the evidence and help you get around it?
The around part, no. The investigator part, yes.
Why did you want Al Birdsong, who worked for Homeland Security, to be your investigator?
So I could see the discovery.
during this same interview at the beginning of this year with Mr. Levine and his investigator, they also told you that Mr. Birdsong had been questioned in December of 2024, correct?
Yes.
And you told them Al doesn't know anything, just like you said about Chris Austin, right?
I believe so. I can't recall, but I'm pretty sure I did.
Just like you said, Chris Austin knows nothing. You're the only one that knows.
I'll allow.
Correct?
Yeah, say it again, please.
Sure. You told them Al Birdsong doesn't know anything, just like you said about Mr. Austin, and that you're the only one that knows everything.
I can't I can't combine those two answers in that whole thing.
Did you say that? Yes or no?
One is yes and one is no.
Which part's yes?
The one where Al doesn't know anything, yes. Chris did.
You actually told us that you did tell Mr. Levine that Chris knows nothing,
At one point, yes, I did tell him that.
and that you didn't tell him even that you were going to the house to commit the murder. Remember, we went through all of this.
Yeah, I
just
did
a
tell.
few minutes
I did tell.
before?
Yeah, I did tell Levine that, Mr. Levine that, in his party.
So you lied about Chris Austin,
To Mr. Levine, yes.
and you lied about Al Birdsong.
No, I didn't.
Okay, that part was true.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask to hear Mr. Birdsong's interview?
I can't remember. That would be standard for me, yes. It's pretty standard. I can't remember, but I would ask for that.
And then would you once again not listen when they told you about the interview?
I didn't hear anything.
You didn't hear anything.
No.
And you weren't read anything.
I wouldn't read anything about Birdsong, no.
Did Mr. Levine tell you that Al Birdsong told law enforcement that he had had sex with...
I'm gonna object. You
All
first.
right.
Did you tell Mr. Levine that Birdsong was a mission specialist
I believe so.
and that he does logistics for agents?
I believe so.
Did Mr. Levine or his investigator tell you what Al Birdsong said?
They mentioned a few things. I just remember off.
What things did they mention
I
to you?
don't recall. It wasn't even in my brain worth noting.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator, I need to hear the audio or see the transcripts?
Standard, yes.
Okay. And you're saying that they told you what he said, correct?
Very briefly, small pieces, but I don't even remember what it was.
Did Mr. Levine or his investigator tell you that he had had sex with Monica on more than one occasion?
I'm sorry, that's confusing. Mr. Levine?
No, Mr. Birdsong.
He might have mentioned it.
And is that true?
I'm not exactly sure.
You're not sure.
No.
Why aren't you sure? Weren't you in a hotel room with
Yeah,
him
but
and Monica?
I didn't see any penis going in any vagina, so no, I can't say for sure.
Well, were the three of you naked in a motel
No,
room?
not three of us together. No.
No. Were any of you naked in the hotel room?
Well, eventually, you just take a shower.
Okay. And how many of you were naked to take a shower?
One at a time. For
Okay.
me,
So did you see any sort of sex acts taking place
No.
between Monica and Birdsong?
I did not.
Did you and Monica engage in sex acts in front of Birdsong?
I don't think we did.
You don't think?
I don't think we did. It's a long time ago. This is almost 10 years ago. But no, I don't think we did.
What about in Los Angeles? Did the three of you engage in sex acts in a hotel room?
No.
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 That time you remember.
No, that I remember.
But not in Vegas. That time you don't remember if you did or did not.
No, I did not know. In Vegas, no. LA, no.
Showing you People's 204. This is you and Birdsong and Monica in Las Vegas at the Hotel Cabana, right?
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what happened while you guys were in Vegas together?
Yeah, we just sat and had a good time party. We didn't do anything, as you're trying to say right now. No.
You said you don't remember.
I remember the cabana.
Okay. How about at some place other than the Cabana?
I remember the room too.
And
And what?
was any sex had
No.
between the three of you in
No.
Las Vegas?
No.
Okay. So now you remember that part.
I remember the no sex part the whole time.
Oh, okay. I thought you had told us that you didn't remember before and you didn't think
The sex part,
they
yes.
engaged in sex.
No, not in front of me, no.
Not in front of you.
No.
So
I don't know. I mean,
You don't know.
I don't know.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you and Monica never discussed Fabio's life insurance before the murder, but that you did discuss it after the murder?
Vaguely.
So you did say that?
Vaguely. Vaguely. I remember.
Vaguely said it?
No, to him, in this discussion, I can barely remember that conversation with him.
With Mr. Levine this January.
Correct.
So, just a couple months ago, again, you remembered all this other stuff that we've just gone through. Do you remember telling Mr. Levine that you knew Monica was trying to get the life insurance after the murder?
That part, yes. I do know that.
Okay. So you do remember that.
Asked and answered.
Oh,
And you had conversations while you were in Las Vegas with Monica and Ron and Michelle Ray about Monica buying a property or a house in Las Vegas where you would live, right?
We talked about getting her property for Las Vegas for her.
Not for you.
No, that's for her.
I see. So you and Ron and Michelle and Monica talked about Monica buying property in Las Vegas for Monica.
We were talking about buying property for her, period.
In Las Vegas.
Yes.
And did you talk to Ron and Michelle about maybe Michelle being a real estate agent helping Monica out to buy, show her around and show her some properties?
It's a long time ago, probably. I don't remember. I can't be direct, but I'm sure we did. I can't be sure. It's a long time ago. But I know we did talk about getting property for
In
her,
Vegas.
for Monica.
And this was a property in Las Vegas where you were also going to live, right?
No. This
So
was specifically for her.
Well, you told Ron in a message, as well as during a lunch in Las Vegas, that you and Monica were going to be living together, right?
I don't remember the conversation.
And when Ron asked for Monica's last name, you said just put Baker in your phone, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that.
This is 8 years ago. I don't remember all this.
Do you remember Monica writing in red lipstick on your bedroom mirror, Mrs. Baker,
I don't remember that either.
in 2016?
I don't remember that either.
You don't remember that?
I don't. It's a long time ago.
Bless you. Let's talk about your final interview with Mr. Levine and his investigator that took place last week. The report says March 11th. The notes say March 10th. So one of those 2 days at the beginning of last week. Do you remember which day it was that you spoke with Mr. Levine and his investigator?
No.
So you don't remember if it was last Monday or if it was last Tuesday?
Sometimes I don't know what day it is in that jail.
Okay. And do you remember being interviewed both in the morning and in the afternoon? Twice that day.
I remember the evening one more than anything.
Okay. Do you remember also being interviewed at 9:42 in the morning?
Not really.
Okay.
Not
Do
really.
you remember telling Mr. Levine's investigator that you and Mr. Birdsong would talk about old cases, and TV, and hypothetical situations in person?
Yeah, just general conversation.
Hypothetical murder cases, correct?
Hypothetical, everything.
Okay.
Just general conversation guys have.
You were just having general conversation.
We always do.
Okay. And on this date,
Did she read the entire sentence?
Yeah.
Again, if she doesn't, you can.
again, on this date, whether it was March 10th or March 11th, was it recorded, either one of those sessions?
No, not that I know of.
And were notes taken?
I think so, yeah.
By who?
Probably by Mr. Dawson.
Did you see that?
I can't recall. I wasn't paying attention to all this.
Did you take any notes?
I can never take notes.
Okay. Did he go over with you any notes that he had taken?
No.
No. This was last week the first time that you mentioned to Mr. Levine and or his investigator about your plan to kill Fabio way back in July while you were in Las Vegas in 2016, correct?
I don't remember the conversation.
This was last week.
I know. I'm telling you, I don't remember. My memory is gone. It's been this way for a while now.
Okay. And do you remember them telling you last week that they needed to know the entire truth before they call you as a witness?
That was standard for them to say that.
And then during this interview, did you tell them that you had told Al Birdsong about Monica and the fact that she was married and your girlfriend during your 2016 summer visit to Las Vegas?
It's possible. I don't remember, but I don't remember the gist of the conversation, but it's possible. If they wrote it down, something like that occurred.
Okay. And in the same conversation last week, did you tell them again for the first time that the thought of killing Fabio so you could be with Monica crossed your mind in the summer of 2016?
I think I said that. I think I did.
And that was during the same trip we talked about here, right? The one where you picked up Austin and the two of you went up to Al's.
That would have to be it. That would have to be it.
Okay. And then did you also tell them for the first time that that summer you bought a knife at Walmart or Target
Yes.
and that it was at least 12 inches long?
I didn't measure it, but yeah,
Is that
it was
what you
big.
told them?
It was big.
And did you tell them that you were going to show the knife to Austin to test him?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you also tell them that you showed the knife to Austin while you were in Las Vegas, just like you've told us here in court?
Yes.
And did you also tell them that your plan was to stab Fabio because a gunshot would draw attention because of the noise?
Yes.
Did you tell them that Austin agreed to help you with the murder
Yes.
and that he didn't flinch or express any doubts when you first asked him to help?
Yes.
Did you also tell them that you disposed of this 12-inch knife before the killing?
Yes.
Did you also tell them that in October or November you bought a smaller hunting knife?
Yes.
It was not a folding knife, correct?
Correct.
And you said this time the blade was no longer than 7 inches, just like you told us here, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay. Did you also tell them that you knew where Fabio was at all times?
Well, yeah, in my world, yes.
Yeah, in your world, that's what you told them, right?
Meaning the term at all times in my world, yes.
Okay. And what does that mean in your world?
When it mattered that I knew where he was.
I'm sorry?
When it mattered that I knew where he was.
What do you mean when it mattered?
When I needed to know where he was, if I needed to know where he was, I would try to find that GPS location.
Why would you need to know where he was at all times?
And not all times, just when I needed to know.
And why would that be?
Just to see where he was.
Okay, but you said it was when you needed to know.
Just to, if I was going to see, there were proximity alerts. So most of the time, I knew when he was leaving the house.
Proximity alerts on what?
On a GPS,
That would come through what?
a text message or an email.
Text message.
A text message or an email.
Or an email.
Yes.
Text message on a phone?
On a phone.
On which phone?
On a burner phone.
On the burner. Okay. And so again, for the first time last week, did you tell Mr. Levine or his investigator that you purchased GPS devices?
I don't recall.
This was
I
last
don't
week.
think I did.
You don't think you did?
Mm-mm.
If I were to tell you that they are in the notes that are dated March 10th,
Like I said, I don't recall.
well, since you mentioned it in your testimony, I assume that it would be reasonable that you would ask them as well, right?
It'd be reasonable to ask them what again?
It would be reasonable that you told them about the GPS, right?
I just don't recall.
March 11th. See this, number 9, where it says Baker said?
Okay, maybe I did tell him. Maybe I did mention the GPS devices. I
Again,
just
this
don't
is
remember.
just last week.
Yeah. I hadn't slept a day, so yeah, maybe. Yeah. But it is.
So
Yeah, I did tell him.
Baker said he knew where Fabio was at all times, and it did not have anything to do with Monica telling him. Right?
Yeah, maybe it is.
Baker had purchased with cash, not on Amazon, with cash, 2 GPS devices.
I didn't want to tell him where I got it from.
So you were still lying to him last week.
About that, apparently so.
Okay. He placed one on the Porsche and one on the F-150 pickup truck.
Correct. Okay, I can
Those
tell
were
him.
the vehicles that Fabio drove.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I did tell him.
Baker could follow Fabio's vehicles on his cell phone, so he could tell if Fabio was nearby or if they might run into him when he and Monica were meeting clandestinely.
Okay.
Right? You didn't use the word clandestine, I'll
No.
right?
I wouldn't use that word.
So you told Mr. Levine or his investigator or both of them that you paid for these 2 GPS devices in cash.
That's right. I guess that's what I told him.
And you're telling us now that was a lie as well.
About the cash part?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the reality was you said you bought them through some third party, right?
Yes.
The third party where you won't tell who, right?
Correct.
Okay. Somebody else other than you.
Correct.
And then, after mentioning this GPS for the first time, after 11 interviews, did you also tell them that you removed the devices at some point from Fabio's vehicles?
Yes.
When did you remove it from the Ford F-150?
Well after the murder. is
Well
when-
after.
Yeah. It was still on the truck for a while.
How long?
Weeks. First opportunity I got.
Bless
I,
you.
when,
Bless
I,
you.
when the truck came near. When it was near, no, I'm trying to remember. It was either in Glendale. I think I took it off. I can't remember.
In Glendale.
I think it was in Glendale.
When you went to meet up with Monica at the bar.
Yes.
Okay. And did she ask you why are you?
She didn't see it.
You did that secretly.
Yes.
Okay. And when did you remove the GPS from the Porsche, if ever?
If ever, huh? It was when I parked it the first time.
When you parked it where?
At the location at the Ventura, off the Ventura back road, at the first stop I made, when I tried to get rid of the Porsche.
When you parked it near what?
One of the back road of Ventura to the little industrial. It was the back roads to Ventura Boulevard, where the shops. I don't know exactly where it was. I don't know. I just remember how to
You
get
don't know.
there. I just don't remember. I just don't remember the address. I just have to visually go there to know where it was.
So near what? If you
I
can
don't
visually
know.
remember, what do you remember?
The back of Ventura Boulevard.
Near what?
I don't know the cross streets. I don't. Everything happened quick. I just know how to get there.
But you lived in the valley, you told us, for a really long time, so you know
I
all
don't
the
know every
streets,
street.
right?
I don't know every street.
Okay. So you don't really know, sometime that night, you don't remember where, right?
I remember
Whether
where.
it's
I just don't know
dust-
the address.
Okay. And you don't know what it was near?
No, they had no signs in the backs. You know.
Now, you also told us that you didn't see Monica during the holidays, and that made you upset, and that's why you decided to kill Fabio. But then again, you also told us that you were already planning it from the summer before. Do you remember having a conversation?
Some facts, not an evidence. Planning, setting,
Yes. Why don't you rephrase it?
Sure. You told us that you planned the murder in the summer of 2016. You went out, you bought a knife, you sent money to Chris Austin in Alaska to come down. You picked him up, you drove to Al Birdsong's house in Vegas, and then you talked to him about the murder, just test him out to make sure he would be on board, and you showed him the knife, right?
Something like that, yes.
Okay. Do you remember during the holiday time prior to New Year's in 2016 having a conversation with Monica's sister after playing racquetball with her?
I remember talking to Monica's sister at one point. I don't know all the dates.
Do you remember her inviting you to their New Year's Eve party?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling her that you couldn't come because you don't drink?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember?
I don't remember the conversation. I'm sure it happened. I just don't remember it.
The statements that you made to her about not drinking, would that be true or a lie?
For the most part, I didn't drink, but I did drink. When I was with Ricky, I drank. Yeah.
During this interview last week, did you change your story about where you found the gold coins?
For here, no.
I'm sorry?
My sworn testimony, no.
Last week, when you were speaking with Mr. Levine and his investigator, did you change your story about where you found the gold coins?
On paper, it looks like I did, but the way I explained it, it was not the way it sounded. But it would sound like I changed it for sure.
So is your answer yes?
In my mind, no, I didn't change the story. I didn't go into detail.
You did, actually.
No, I didn't.
Do you remember telling them last week that you found the gold coins on a table on the patio after you killed Fabio?
I could have said that.
Okay. So, again, you added more detail and you said there was also some papers on the table dealing with the coins.
Well, it was in the envelope. It wasn't in the envelope.
Again, did you tell them there was also some paperwork on the table dealing with the coins?
I could have said that, but it was all together, yes.
So you took the time when you were in this rush to read the papers.
I didn't read it.
So how did you know the paperwork dealt with the coins?
I didn't know
as you
that.
said.
I didn't know that. I'm assuming that. I had no idea.
You assumed it.
Yeah, I didn't read it. I didn't care.
I see. So last week when you had, again, yet another interview with Mr. Levine and his investigator, you told him that the coins now were not in the house. They were on the patio on a table with some paperwork on the table dealing with the coins. Remember that?
That's what I assumed, yes.
Did you also tell them that there may have been a safe in the house, but you didn't know where?
I wasn't sure where it was exactly.
But the other day when you testified, I think it was yesterday, you said you knew the safe was in the bedroom. So what changed between last week when you had your conversation with them and when you testified?
I'm still not sure where that safe is. I'm still not sure. I'm just guessing.
Oh, you guessed.
I really don't remember where that safe is. I know it's in there.
Okay. You know it's in there because
I
why?
thought I saw it because I thought I saw it.
Saw it. When did you see it?
I don't remember when. I don't have a date.
Okay. The day of the murder, sometime prior to the murder?
No, sometime prior.
Do you remember telling Mr. Levine and his investigator that on January 22nd, when you went out to kill Fabio through Chris Austin, that you parked in the rear lot of the shopping center?
I picked him up at the rear lot of that shopping center.
Okay. Do you remember saying that
I don't
you
remember.
parked there?
I can't recall.
If you told him that, would that have been true?
That I was parked there in the back of the... No, I wasn't parked there, but I know I went back there.
Showing you the report, again, from last week, number 18. He and Austin drove to the faux restaurant. Baker parked in the rear of the shopping center. Austin walked around to the front where the restaurant was located. Does that refresh your recollection about what you told them?
Not really. I don't remember all this. There's too much information.
Well, it's information you provided, right?
Exactly, but to quote it like this, I don't remember what was before that or after it. There was a lot more being said besides all that one point.
What did you say after that?
I don't remember. It's just a lot of information. We were just rambling and talking and talking.
You.
Yeah, they would ask me questions. I would try to answer and then explain it. And so this is paraphrased. I'm sure it's paraphrased.
Okay. And then do you remember telling them, right after that, a short time later, Austin came back to the car and he said he couldn't do it?
Yes.
And you said you figured that Austin either developed cold feet or there were too many people around, right?
Right.
And for whatever reason, Austin didn't kill Fabio that Sunday.
Right.
So here, contrary to the story you told the jury this week, you didn't drive around and go to some location nearby where you could keep eyes on the lot and the people. You stayed in the lot, and a short time later, Austin came back to the car, right?
Wrong.
Okay. So you're saying you did tell them about driving around somewhere, parking somewhere between the two different restaurants on Ventura Boulevard where you could see things?
I don't remember the conversation, but I'm sure I did. I don't remember the exact conversation because there's a lot of stuff missing from this. There was a lot more being said, so these are just paraphrased.
Describing the fact that you parked in the lot, someone taking notes?
One more time, please.
Did you see notes being taken?
Oh, he's always taking notes. You're talking about Mr. Dawson. Yeah, he's always taking notes.
Anybody?
Usually it's always Dawson taking notes.
So your recollection now is that you did say that you were driving around in the area and parking on Ventura so that you could see things, as opposed to being parked in the back lot?
I didn't park in the back lot. I picked him up in the back lot.
Okay.
It wasn't even a lot. It was a back alley. It was like a back road.
There's a parking lot there. We all saw the photographs.
But I didn't pick him up at the lot. I picked him up in a back road behind there.
Oh, so you didn't even pick him up in the parking lot?
No, it was like a back road.
I see. Not a parking lot.
No, I would try to stay out of the parking lot. It was like a back road behind the lot, like I don't know, it's hard to describe without seeing it.
So if this is what Mr. Dawson or Mr. Levine or both of them heard, that would be false, right?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor, that call for stipulation. It's raised.
No, it's overruled.
Is that what you're saying?
I guess the wrong word would be false, yeah.
Well, it
lot and road, yes, they're two different things, for
Parked
sure.
in the rear of the shopping center.
Yeah, I guess the lot and a road are two different things, so
Okay.
yes.
During the same conversation last week, did you tell the defense that the next evening you drove the Versa to the Sementilli home and that you put Austin in the back so he wouldn't be visible?
In the Sementilli home? No.
In the Versa.
No, we never went to the house in the Versa.
Well, you went toward the house,
Oh,
the
okay.
Versa,
Yes,
right?
that part is true.
And that you put him in the back, right? Not in the front passenger, in the back, correct?
Read, I'd like to ask her to read it accurately.
Again, you can clarify.
Did you say that? That
Did
you
I say
put
what?
Austin in the back so he wouldn't be visible?
At my apartment, yes.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine and Monica's team last week that you previously lied to them to protect Austin?
Yes.
Would it be safe to say that you care about Monica more than you care about Austin?
I care about both.
The same?
No, she's in a different relationship with me.
She's a more important relationship, right?
Just a different one. They're still the same.
They're the same.
I said that.
So when you say that they're the same, you said that you lied to protect Austin, meaning you'd also lie to protect Monica.
There's no reason to lie to protect Monica.
Other than the fact that you said on tape that you would lie to protect her,
True.
right?
Yes.
And that she's here charged with murder, the same murder and conspiracy that you pled to, right?
Yes, I did plead that.
Did you also tell them that you knew that Monica would be at the Target and the Ralph's on the day of the murder?
She said she was running errands.
Did you tell them that you knew that Monica would be at the Target and the Ralph's?
I think so. I think
And
I said
this was in your statement that you gave last week,
Yeah, I think so.
okay? During this same conversation, did you also tell them that you got rid of the large knife, the 12-inch knife, that you showed to Austin and bought a different knife.
Eventually, yes.
And when was that?
I don't have dates. I don't remember. It was later, though.
Before the holidays or after?
It's before the holidays.
And when did you buy the new knife?
I don't have an exact date. I don't remember. It's probably, I don't know. I don't want to give you a date because I don't know. I don't know the exact dates.
How long before the murder?
I don't have exact dates. A couple of months.
Couple months.
Yeah,
So-
1 or 2 months.
So you bought the new knife before you disposed of the 12-inch blade.
Now, the 12-inch was gone long before.
You
Or
just-
whatever, the big one was gone long before.
I see. Long before the holidays then.
Yes.
Okay. And where did you dispose of the 12-inch knife? The 12-inch bladed knife.
Trying to remember where I put it. There was a construction site. I was gonna try to sell it, but I didn't want to. I didn't want nothing connected to it, so I threw it in a construction site.
I see. Where was this construction site?
It was a couple of blocks from my house,
Okay.
or from my apartment. Excuse me, my apartment. They were working on something.
I'm sorry?
They were working. There was a big construction site, so I just dumped
what
it into a
street?
hole. I don't. It's on Van Owen, and I don't know the cross street. It's before Canoga.
Okay. And the new knife that you bought, where did you buy that?
Walmart.
And when did you buy that one?
I don't remember the exact date.
But you said it was a couple months before the murder.
Correct.
So maybe October, November?
I don't have the yeah, maybe October, November.
Yeah?
Yeah, maybe October, November.
On the day of the murder, did you tell Mr. Levine and Company that you met up with Monica at the Target?
If they wrote it down, I might have said it.
And is that also when you got to the Target that you purchased, you said certain items? I think you told us gloves.
It was gloves and I think maybe some pants or something.
Gloves and pants.
I'm thinking it was pants too. It's been a long time, so I don't remember it all.
Okay. And the gloves and the pants, that was to use in the murder?
Yes, the gloves were for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
Not for racquetball. That was for the murder.
I think it was gloves and pants. Pants for sure. I'm trying to remember.
Pants for sure.
Pants for sure. Yeah, pants for sure.
Okay. And the gloves, right?
I'm thinking
For
I
the murder.
did. I
You
think
told
I
us
bought
about
gloves.
that.
Yeah, I think I bought gloves too.
And then did you go somewhere to change into the pants and the gloves?
No.
So where did you put those on?
When I moved to that location I told you about earlier, where when I parked the car before we took off on foot.
To hike the 2 miles to the house, right?
Correct.
At any point in time, did you tell Mr. Levine and Company last week that Austin was in the Versa in the parking lot?
Yes, he was. And yes, I did say that to him.
You did say that?
Yes.
Okay. If it wasn't anywhere in the report or the notes, is that because you never bothered to mention it to them?
I don't know why it wasn't in there.
And you have a clear recollection of that part, even though you told us your...
Where he was?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And so You're sure that you would have told them about that last week?
I'm not sure of anything I've talked about with them because it was a lot, so I'm not sure.
But you just told us that you
I'm
did
sure
tell
where
them.
he was. I'm sure where Austin was.
And my question was, did you tell that to them
I don't remember.
at any point in time, ever, in any of, let's say, the 13 conversations?
I don't remember.
So a couple minutes ago when I asked, you initially said you did tell them, and you don't know why it wouldn't be in the notes or the report. Is
I
your
don't.
answer different now that you might not have because you don't
I
remember?
just don't remember.
You might have never mentioned that Austin was in the car.
I don't remember if I did or not. But I remember where he was.
Okay. Did you also tell them last week that Monica had given you the program to view her surveillance cameras?
I had some type of access. I can't remember if it was a program or a window. I can't remember, but I did have some type of access to it.
And remember telling them that you put it on your cell phone and a computer.
Correct.
Which cell phone would that have been on?
That one would have been on my actual phone.
Which phone?
My actual phone.
Which one? We talked about the Samsung 4, the 6, and the 8.
The one with my number on it. I don't know which one it was. It probably was a 6, I'm guessing.
And where's that phone?
I have no idea.
Did you get rid of it?
No.
You didn't get rid of it.
No.
Other than being with you at the time you were arrested on June 14th of 2017 in your apartment or in your vehicles, where else could it have potentially been?
I lost it in South Carolina.
Oh, you lost it now.
I did. I actually called it in.
Oh, okay. You lost the phone while you guys were in South Carolina in May.
I lost it in South Carolina.
Why didn't you say that first when I asked you where it was? And you said you don't know
I'm not
where,
sure.
but you didn't get rid of it.
I'm not sure I was supposed to. I'm trying to answer your questions exactly as you put them.
Okay. And you said you also put it on your computer, the program to access Monica's home security system.
There was a way to do it, but yeah, I can't remember it offhand. But
I'm gonna object, Your Honor, this misstates what's in.
Which
So, excuse me, it's overruled.
which computer did you put it on?
my laptop,
The one that got stolen.
yes.
Did you also tell them that you buried the knife that you used to kill Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Where did you bury the knife?
Somewhere close to where the Versa was. Where we left to go on foot.
Okay. And when did you do that?
The same day.
So you stopped as you were going back to the Versa when you said you were in a rush to bury the knife,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And then did you tell them that you took Austin back to the apartment?
Yeah. I can't remember.
Did you tell did you tell Chris to go back to the apartment? And get
Eventually,
ready
if he
to
could.
leave?
Yes, if he could.
Okay. And then did you drive the Versa back to the apartment and pick him up on the way?
I drove down the street and picked him up and went to the bowling alley.
I see. And then did you drive him back to the apartment?
No.
You did not.
No. He never returned to the apartment.
So I thought you told us earlier that he was going back to the apartment because he had to grab his stuff.
Exactly. But there was no need since I'm going.
So you got it for him.
Whatever was there, I picked it up for him, and I don't remember what it was.
Do you remember yesterday we talked about Austin going back to the apartment and I asked you if you had given him a key to the apartment to get in?
I do remember that.
And you said you must have?
I wasn't sure, but either I must have or I told him to wait or something. I can't remember.
So he might have gone back to the apartment.
He never made it to the apartment.
I see. Do you remember telling Mr. Levine and company that after the gym you met Austin either near a bowling alley or maybe a gas station?
They're right across from each other. So, yeah, I did say that.
And which gas station would that be?
The gas station across the street from the bowling alley.
And where's that located?
I don't know the cross streets. It's on Satakoy, though. I think it's Satakoy, and I don't want to guess wrong. So it's on Satakoy for sure.
And again, during this interview, did you tell Mr. Levine and company that after taking Austin to the flyaway, you drove back to the Porsche?
Eventually, yes.
And after dumping the Porsche in the residential area, do you remember telling them last week that you went to the bus stop and took that back to the location of the Versa?
That was a lot missing in between, but yes, I did wind up at the bus stop to get back to the Versa.
Okay.
There's a lot missing in between. Like I said, everything's paraphrased.
And then did you tell them that you drove the Versa back to your apartment?
Eventually, yes.
Did you also tell them that when Monica agreed to marry you, that that was good enough?
There was a lot missing in this, but yeah.
Well, I assumed you don't want to be here more days, right?
True
so
that. Very
I'm
true.
just asking you.
Yeah, but eventually it came to that statement somewhere, yes.
You did. Okay. I have I think it's a 40-second recording I want to play you of you and Al Birdsong regarding leaving the country to go somewhere if you got out of this murder case. Your Honor, can I have the audio marked as it's going to be on?
All right.
Part of what? 158.
And the transfer be 280?
Yes, thank you.
Mark.
If I may distribute them.
Yes, and again, the same admonition applies.
No matter what, you'll know where I'm at, and you'll get information from where I'm at, no matter what. All right. You'll, so good Lord willing, quick to arrive, and we're able to win the thing, and we're gone, buddy.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down. We go hold hands and get on that Winnebago and
This call is being recorded.
drive on the left side of the road.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, man.
Yeah.
I will.
Who's that we just heard?
That's Al Birdsong.
Okay. That would be you and Al Birdsong on this recorded call from jail, correct?
Yes.
Talking about, again, driving on the left side of the road, out of the country, right?
Talking about driving somewhere. Yeah, talking about driving somewhere.
Left side of the road, right?
Somewhere, yeah. This is an inside joke, but yeah.
I have no further questions at this time.
Will you please retrieve the transcripts?
Yes.